And we're back for day 2 of this virtual march for the missing and exploited children. It looks like Allie and Shelly are on right now on the Telegram. So I think I'm going to try to just go ahead and mirror that. It is a little bit choppy because they're mirroring it from another side. It's hard to explain, but if you guys want to go right into the Telegram and watch directly, or if you want to stick around and watch it here, I think we are just a little bit late, but they're speaking on the most recent everything, I guess, and just addressing some of the different misinformation and things floating around. So I'm going to go ahead and get that set up
at
for us
Gage
here.
Middle School, because some of you high school is a continuation school. So if you look, and if you live in Riverside, you know some of you sits across the street from Gage. Okay? Some of you walked over Gage, and we did our graduation there in 2012. Are y'all still with us for this timeline? Cool. Mom, I'm sorry. Carry on.
So
my kids, hi. I love you. They can come back to this part.
in 2014 is when I adopted Allie. She wanted her name changed.
I didn't want nothing to do. Anything. Not a damn thing. If I could have changed my blood type, I would have. Okay? If I could have changed everything about myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? I wanted nothing to do with anyone, including my name. So I made the decision to change everything about my name. So yes, you all know my prior name was Tori Atwa. My name now, my real name, my legal name, the one we gave you the case number for that you could check yourself at the Riverside County Court, is Allison Leilani Carter. And that is my name. That's who I am. My mom is Shelly Carter. Yes?
No name changes.
No name changes. None. I changed my name because I said my real mom and my real family, I'm a Carter. So for those of you who can't, logically, 2 + 2 = 4. That's what happened. If
There's nothing nefarious. There's no big.
I know people want that to be. I know people really want that to be because people couldn't fathom how a black child took off from the most racist black people that you will ever see. I want to say something real quick about these black people that I had to be Black Panthers that I had to be a part of. Okay, they are the most racist black people, and I understand. You guys know that with this Black Lives Matter issue, there is a lot of black people who honestly believe that white people are the problem. They don't feel like they're the problem. No, they're the most racist bunch. If we want to talk about a race war, they're the most racist bunch ever. There's few and far in between of black people that are not racist. Thank you to the angels that are a part of this army that I am talking to. Yes, but you will see for yourself, and you have seen for yourself, especially if this matches you, this skin right here, if this one matches you, then you will see for yourself how racist. There's a lot of very racist black people. We shouldn't have to have this conversation because we all bleed red. But unfortunately, in the world that we live in today, I have to tell y'all this, like you don't already know. Yes? Who, I want to know, who has been a victim to some very racist black people? There's some racist white people. There's some racist Mexican people. There's some racist Indian people. It goes on and on and on.
Well, I'm Gen X. It's either you're an asshole or you're not an asshole. I don't give a fuck what color you are. Asshole, not asshole.
But if you get down the line, it continues. Yes? So you'll see for yourself who has an issue with white blood. You'll see who has an issue with this color right here. By the way they talk. Listen to them. follow along carefully. You will hear it, you will see it, and you will see how no matter what you say, no matter what happens, they're the ones that white person, that white man, that white woman stepped in and did what you couldn't do, what you failed to do, what you didn't have the balls to do, what you should have been doing. But instead of admitting that, instead of taking accountability, instead of being responsible for your wrongs, instead of knowing that you fucked up, you want to blame somebody else. And it has to be a color issue. When in reality, it's a humanity issue. It's a heart issue. It's your issue. So if you're hearing that, if you're witnessing that, if you've been a victim of that, I'm sorry.
Well,
As a black woman, I'm sorry. As a strong black woman that knows the definition of a human being, I'm sorry. Do you hear what I'm saying? As a woman, as a black woman who knows that I bleed red, just like this woman right here, just like you that's sitting on here that probably doesn't understand what I'm saying because you're sitting from somewhere else and you speak a different language, I'm sorry. Because I've seen many kids that weren't just black, that weren't just white, that weren't just Mexican and Indian and Hawaiian and the list goes on, that have been in the middle of this bullshit. But that's the first thing somebody wants to holler is the color of their skin. They don't holler what's wrong. They don't want to talk about what didn't go right. They don't want to talk about who's at fault for what the fuck happened. They want to talk about a color issue. But in reality, it's a heart issue. It's a you issue. But you want to blame somebody. So we jump on a slave bandwagon. But we don't talk about the real slavery that's going on today. Okay? So before you guys, some of you are like, this is a race. It's not a race issue. It's not. But someone wants to make it that way because they're weaponizing people. And majority of those people are, guess what? Black. Majority of the people that you see that are calling for death threats on this woman are black. The majority of the people that you see, that there's a few minions that are white. Trust and believe that. They got problems. They just got problems. But the ones that you the ones that you see right now that won't stop their bullshit, majority of them are black people. Are you with me? That are one of the angels, he's Asian. One of the angels had to tell me that's the first time I've ever seen a black man take up for another black woman was to have balls to talk shit on you. That's the first time I've seen a black man actually talk about another black woman, was to take them down. The only time that I've ever seen another black man have the balls to stand up for another black woman is the few that we know that are in this army. That came from an Asian man. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Are you with me? You get me? This is the war. This is the shit that we're in. So right now we have a bunch of people on platforms weaponizing black people that holler about racism, that holler about being taken down. They don't want to talk about what goes on in their own house. No, we can't talk about that. That doesn't exist. Why? Because they want to say it's a white person issue. It's a white thing. We don't want to talk about when somebody is raped in a black household. I'm so sorry. I told my kids to come back. I love you. Move, please. Miss Justice, Miss Allie, need a minute. Move, please. I love you. If you are under the age of 18, move, please. Okay. Parents, give them the Cliff Notes. All right. If you haven't already moved them, I see you already probably did. They don't want to, black people don't like to talk about the rape that goes on in their own homes. They don't want to talk about the amount of issues that go on in their own neighborhoods, the black on black crime that goes on in their own neighborhoods. They talk about, well, I'm gonna beat my child so the world don't have to beat him. No, you beat them the same way that white person that you claim is the person that's doing all the things that you're doing is doing. And then when someone wants to ask you, why is your child fucked up? Why do they have to recover from their childhood? Why do they have to rebuild their life? Then you want to blame a white person because it's your fault. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know a lot of you who are here because you hate us and you want us dead. Hi, I know. Poor you. I know a lot of you that are sitting here that hate us don't understand common fucking sense because it's not common. I know those of you who are our enemies that are sitting here don't understand a rational thought, a logic train of thought. I know that you don't, because your ignorant dumbass is still the reason that we are still in sex slavery today. So I know a lot of you who cannot get your shit together are the reason that we're still going in circles for this war. I know you don't understand what I'm saying. I know you're that fucking ignorant and you don't understand what I'm saying. I have common sense. I'm a little hot right now, but I got common sense. I know you don't understand or can fathom what the hell I am saying to you right now. But trust me, that's a you issue. That's not my issue. That's not her issue. That's not anybody else's issue, but yours. You understand what I'm saying? So for those who can't get that, the only thing that they can do is kill someone. The only thing that they can do is threaten someone. The only thing that they can do is pull a gun on someone. That's the issue. That's where we at. You understand that? So now you have these people weaponizing other followers and other people to say, hurt this white woman because she's making a little bit too much sense. Racist, pathetic, simple-minded, stupid, spineless, sorry son of a... Go ahead, before I don't stop.
All right. The other thing I saw people getting twisted on was the video clip when Allie was in the bathroom and we were sitting on the floor. I understand a lot of you don't understand intense trauma and what that looks like. So you're trying to put it in the box that you know, and the box that you know goes right to drug addiction, or whatever else, I don't know. Let me explain to you what that was. If you've been here for a while, you've heard me say Allie went down, pray for Allie, pray for the kids, whatever. But you've never seen or understood what I was meaning by that, and there's no way a normal human being can fathom that depth of trauma that's been done to kids unless you see it firsthand. We had started filming a docu-series. We were trying to get as much information out to you guys so you understand the real of what's going on with the kids. In your own right, if you just live like every other American in your little house and go to school and go to work, you cannot fathom the depths of evil that I've seen, that Allie's had to live through. So we are trying our best to show you what that is. So we were trying to film the docu-series, and I asked the kids, I said, you know, if you want me to go that far, do you want me to film that much? It's up to you, let me know. They said yes. It happened, we had Angel staying with us. She's been with us quite a bit over the years. And I don't know what happened that night. Let me just go ahead and go there right now. When Allie first came, the first 2 years that she was there, I was up with her from 9 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning, and she would have graphic, violent flashbacks of things that had happened. If you've not seen somebody have a flashback of being brutally raped, tortured, it will profoundly shake you to your core. For my moms out there, that when you get a sick kid and you're up all night with that sick kid, that usually lasts a day or two. What was going on with Allie at that time, we were up every night, all night long, because she was having flashback after flashback after flashback of rape, torture. So that's what I mean when I say she goes down. There's times where she will just drop to the floor and hit her head. It's not a medical issue. We been to so many doctors. We've had everything evaluated 3 or 4 times. It's not a medical issue. It's a trauma issue. Because of so many alters in the system, there's sometimes the system will kind of, I don't know how you want to explain that, but the best way I can explain it to you is the system will glitch. So what you were seeing in that little clip was the system glitching. And the way that looks is that altar after altar after altar after altar after altar will come up in succession. There are deaf altars. There are altars that are blind. There are altars that are autistic. There are altars that speak other languages. I told you before, there's over 200 altars. Most of them are children, little children. When they split the psyche, when they purposely abuse them, when they programmed them, they can call them up. So if you are being sex trafficked and you have MK Ultra and DID, your buyer can say, you know what, I want a 5-year-old autistic kid to rape tonight. And they can call that altar up out of the system. That's the whole purpose of it. It's to feed fetishes. So I was on the floor with Ali. A deaf kid came up. A autistic kid came up. We had been dealing with that for going on 2 hours. And the angel that was with me will help me, but most of the time I'm by myself. So when somebody's there to help me, they'll start reading the Bible. They'll go put worship music on for me. We had been doing that. It had been about 2 hours. I asked her, I said, pull your camera out real quick. Just take a short little clip. The kids had told me before that they were okay with that. When they finally came back and were tracking better, they got the footage, and it was up to them to do whatever they wanted with that. They chose to show it because people need to see the depths of evil being done. It saddens me and sickens me that people are trying to say that I'm drugging Ali, that it's a drug issue. When you answer questions and when you respond to survivors like that, that lets me know you're probably not in a position to help other kids. If you can't figure out what's going on, if you don't have any compassion for that, if you can't understand the depth of the trauma that's been done, if you have my mom's out there, if you have a kid that's sick, if you go to the doctor and the doctor says, you know what, your kid has this really serious thing, it's leukemia, that's all I can tell you. They're really sick and they're going to have a lot of problems, but I can't help you figure it out. That's kind of where I was at that time. I knew she had DID. She had been diagnosed with DID in 2012. There was nobody to help. Anybody that pretended that they could help, they would see her for a few minutes and she was out of the scope of their practice. Her DID and the MK Ultra was beyond anything that they could or would be able to help with. So I had to figure that shit out. When Ali goes down, my job is to get on the floor and comfort the kids. When you have that degree of trauma, those kids come out, they come out and they're in a state of terror because they were created in a state of terror. They were created in the middle of torture and abuse. So when they're coming up like that, like what you were seeing, most of them are in a state of terror. They don't know who I am. They don't know where they are. They think they're about to be hurt. And we've already discussed what hurt means. It doesn't mean you stubbed your toe. They're about to be hurt and they're in a state of terror. My job is a mother is to get on the floor.
The real mother.
To hold them, to comfort them.
That's what a mom
to make them
does.
feel safe. And that's what you were seeing. It was not a drug problem. And it really kind of sickens me that you guys would drag a survivor like that out of your own ignorance. That's not cool.
That's because a lot of you don't know what a real woman looks like. That's what those people are missing. The ones that are dragging that video don't know what a real mom would do. You want to dismiss something like that from happening. You don't want to deal with something like that. So therefore, you don't know what that looks like.
So I'm asking all of you, we are doing our damn best to get the information out to you guys, to show you in real time what it looks like for a child that's been traumatized to that degree, what DID looks like, what MK Ultra is, and how that looks. People use those terms real loosely, like, oh, they got MK Ultra. You're not understanding what you're saying. But when people respond real callously like that, please watch them. They don't have the capacity to show compassion, to show unconditional love. And if they don't have the capacity to do that for Allie, chances are they're not going to have the capacity to do that for another child in need.
Let alone their own. These are the women that pop babies out like guppies, and there's a lot of them. And then they wanna get mad at somebody for showing real love, and they don't know what that means. So the one thing to do is attack.
When Allie came, all that trauma was already in place. All those altars were already in place. All that trauma and torture and abuse had already happened. And we're gonna talk about that. I told you we would talk about the bathtub things and the different types of programming that are done in MK Ultra. So we're gonna get into that right now. But again, you got your paper. Allie has over 200 altars. Out of those 200 that I've documented, 4 of them are over the age of 18. That's it, 4. The rest of them are 18. Actually, the rest of them are 17 and under. So I'll let you do the math on that. There are more, I can guarantee you there are more altars than 200. I just haven't had the opportunity to document them all for various reasons.
And if you're...
Go ahead.
I can?
Huh?
Okay. If you're sitting on Facebook right now, you're witnessing threats come through the comments. This is why we turn the comments off on IG. But Queenie, hi honey, you want to threaten Amy Silver. I know that these emails that you're putting up are not her. You guys make up so much shit. So here's the thing. Amy is a grown ass woman. She was in pictures with me. That's what people are trying to do. Amy is a grown woman that happened to be in a picture with me. I want everybody to take a guess on what color she is and why they're threatening her in these comments. Take a guess on what color she is. Huh? Everybody? Who wants to take a guess on what color Amy is? Do you want to take a guess? Do you want to take a guess what color Amy is? Anybody? This is an interactive live. You guys are... The thing is, though, what I'm happy for is I hope that somebody holds a lot of these people accountable. No violence. I'm not inciting any violence. We don't incite any violence. We don't work like them. They've threatened everybody. They've made lies about everybody. They've said they're going to hurt people. They said they're going to get rid of people. That's their only comeback when their ignorance is showing. Your ignorance, your horns are showing. Okay? So when... You said white. Yup, she white. Now guess what color this person is. That's threatening her in the comments. Go ahead, take a look. Go ahead, guess. That's the sad part. Now this is not a race issue, but this is what I'm talking about. Okay? We're going to ignore this person because this person needs some type of education even though they can't hear. But ignore them because that's the problem with these type of people, even the celebrities, down to the little. I told you it wasn't just the top. You're now looking at the grunts, the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the shoe, the scraping off the ground. You're looking at it. You're watching it. You're witnessing it. Slave traders at their finest. Slave traders that are just like a demon that can't help themselves. You're now watching them crawl out of every dark corner like a cockroach that they came out of. You're watching them and you're seeing how they work. If this is the amount of time, amount of research that you can do on a person that's in a picture with me, why can't you do that amount of stuff for the children that are missing?
Well, there has been, in the last couple of weeks, there's been almost 40 hours at least.
If you can put that much time into threatening grown people. Imagine what we can do for the children. Imagine what could happen if people put this much work into how much you want to kill me. Imagine if they would put that much work into talking, let alone looking for children. That's how you also notice who's who. Because if they can put this amount of these truth tellers, platforms that are going live and speaking on us for hours and hours, digging into past pictures. Somebody threatened my special needs child. That mom is sitting on here. What's up, C? Please tell my babies I love them. I used to teach special needs babies that are over the age of 18. Do you understand what I'm saying? But their mindsets are not. So I had people threatening my baby because they were in a picture with me. People are digging in old pictures and then going after people. If you could put that much time into things like this, how come you can't do that with the local children missing in your area? This is Human Trafficking Month. I don't, even if it wasn't, every single damn day we've been fighting for kids. We have not wavered from the truth of kids. We are talking about what happened as a kid. We are talking about what's going on with the kids. And I'm a very humble person. I don't have to honk the horn about that just as much as I don't have to tell you I'm black. You understand what I'm saying? So, but if somebody could put that much energy, as you see people putting in energy to hate us, on your local missing children, if you pull it up, there's more than 10, more than 20, more than 30, probably more than that. If you could do all of this, and then the lies that they make up too, you're sending a lot of people different ways. If you guys actually look into these emails, names, these are different people. That's how much their lies don't even hold weight. Go ahead, look up everything that they're saying. Dig into it. You won't find us. Why? Because it's a lie. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, no matter what, I just said, yeah, I know Amy. I do know Amy. But what you're saying about her is not true. That's the thing. But you looked up a grown-ass woman. You just want the truth? Really? Or do you want to be ignorant? I'm not going to give you any more time. I just want people to see your ignorance, because it's people like you of why we are in the situation we are in. You are disgusting. Majority of y'all are disgusting human beings. I would tell you what I'm honestly thinking, but I cannot, because it's social media still. You are a disgusting human being, and people like you need to be shown to the world. People like you, people need to see what the fuck you do. People need to see how you get down. People need to see how you will do so much for wrong, but you won't do a damn thing for right. That's what people need to see. So I'll leave you here. You can stay. I know you'll hate me either thing that I do. But the point is, I'm not going to give this person any more time, but you got to take note from these type of people. What's the truth? It don't seem like you want to tell. You don't want me to. You're telling your own story. Don't start asking me now like you give a shit. Don't do that. That's gaslighting. And you guys have been through enough gaslighting for over 40 hours of bullshit. You guys are seeing gaslighting at its finest, slave traders at its threatening at its finest, bullshit at its finest. I'm gonna ignore this person. So we're gonna ignore this person because we still have a lot of serious things to talk about. But I just want you to, on your piece of paper, take note of what's going on. There's a lot. They're lying. They're just making shit up. I'm telling you. Rochelle Hawks. Go ahead, look her. I'm sorry to Rochelle.
Yeah.
I saw another person, pray for this woman. I'm sorry to another person that they claimed as my mom. She's a 20-year-old newlywed, because we had to look up the bullshit too. When somebody contacted us and said, is this your mom's name? I'm like, no, but who is this woman? It's a newlywed. You're trying to live your life and people are coming after you making up shit. I'm sorry. But do you understand are y'all with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? If only the amount of shit that people do, if only they would put this much energy into the children, we wouldn't be going in circles about what trafficking is in the first place. Yeah. Carry on, Mom.
So in the past 2 weeks, I think you've seen probably the biggest smear campaign I've ever seen in my life, which leads me to believe we're over the target. But that smear campaign against Allie and I was paid for. It was to defame, it was to threaten, it was to harass, it was to slander, it was to silence, and the worst part of it was to trigger Allie's programming. We stopped doing interviews because there was nobody that we could trust, and when we did, people were trying to trigger her programming. And in the last couple weeks, they've been trying to trigger her programming a lot, and you might not understand how that looks, so I'm going to explain that to you, what programming triggers look like. So if you think of a huge apartment building, when they start splitting the child and causing trauma and programming the alters, they are building a slave. So Allie is like a 200 child slave with her alters. Each altar,
Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, each altar does a separate thing, has a separate responsibility, but there's a foundation to that building that involves mom programming. There's a foundation and part of the programming that's father programming or dad programming. There's programming that happens on the 12th birthday. There's programming that happens in the bathtub or wash day. There's couples programming like Zach and Aaliyah that we were talking about a little bit ago. There's programming based on the name. There's race triggers programming. Let me explain to you. When somebody stepped forward, they had their face covered, and when that was not triggering Allie's programming, they uncovered their face. And they continued on in that way. When that still didn't trigger Allie's programming, a lot of you got weaponized to start calling Allie Tori Outlaw. Call her Tori, that's her name.
That don't bother me.
That was trying to trigger Allie's programming.
That don't bother me because that's not my name.
When pictures were shown to you of somebody that was supposed to be a father, it was the 12th birthday picture, because that was trying to trigger the programming. And in the last 15 years this kid has been with me, we have worked very hard to break the programming. If I were to take her to a deprogrammer or to the church, they want to reset the programming. They want to deprogram her, integrate her. I don't agree with any of those things, because that still leaves the foundation and that still leaves the building blocks for the programming to be installed really easily.
For those who don't understand what that means, it's putting a Band-Aid over a leak.
My goal since she's came, and I've seen the depths of the evil that's been done, is to destroy the programming and break it irreparably so that it can never be used against her again. Our enemies are having a little debate on whether her programming is irreparably broken or if they can still try to trigger that, and that's what you've been seeing for the last couple of weeks. It sounds like, oh, this poor lady just missing her kid, and she's talking about the 12th birthday, and she's talking about giving her a bath, and she's talking about all these other things. That's not what she was doing. She's triggering the programming to get Allie back in line.
And then when that didn't work, she started projecting. Now, again, back to these ignorant people. Has anybody had, who's on here that's a foster parent? I'm sorry, Mom, can I? Yeah, can I? I'm sorry. We going off track. I don't want to go off too much off track, but here we go. Who's ever had a foster kid? Anybody? I'm looking and I don't have my contacts in, so I'm squinting. I don't have my contacts in. I can't see that much. Who has ever had a foster kid? Who has ever had a child in their home and they came from a very messed up past? Very messed up. It takes you a little bit. Who has ever been in a custody battle? That's another one. Who's anybody ever been in a custody battle? And the parent that they keep giving them to is the bad parent. And when they finally get back to your home, it takes you a little bit to get it back into their mind of what this actual schedule is. What's really going on? We need to lay off the sugar for a second so we're not bouncing off the walls. Who has went through that custody battle where by the time you get them back to the house and you get them straight and you get them good and they're back on track, then they go back to that house that you know they shouldn't be at, but you can't do anything because it's the family court. And family court is built on family issues. The only way family court stays in business is if there's an issue within the family. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are y'all with me?
That's their currency. Family problems.
That's the only way the commodities is the problems within the family. So if you've ever had a foster kid, stay with me. You get them from a very messed up past. And you finally get them in your home. And about 4 or 5 or 6 months later, or however long, the social worker comes and tells them, I'm going to put them on a visitation with their old family, knowing that family is bad, knowing that family didn't take care of that kid in the first place, knowing that the second that you send that kid back, that kid is going to leave everything good that they know. Every bit of peace that they had is out the window. You understand what I'm saying? This is the same type of issue that's going on. When you finally go to talk to the social worker, even the parents, they're projecting everything that they've done wrong to you. Because now you've given that child peace. You've showed them what love is. You've educated that child on what real love is. You've given them the right to be free. You've given them a family. You gave them hugs that they never had. You stopped to do what needed to be done. They didn't have to recover from that part of their childhood, right? But then, because that person is angry because they failed to do what they were supposed to do, they start projecting, well, that person's a drug addict. The family's a drug addict. Well, that person's trafficking. They traffic them. Well, that person doesn't keep them clean. When the child came to you, they came in the same outfit and they weren't clean. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Projection. Narcissism 101. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Has anybody went through that? Have y'all went through that? Are y'all with me? Where by the time you try to what the heck, I have done everything, and they just gonna throw this child back to the hell that they came from and ignore the fact that I have busted my ass, bent over backwards, forwards, sideways, went through hoops and fire hoops to give this child some peace. You don't see what you took them from? You don't see when they get back to that person and they're a different person? You don't see that? Do you not see that? Okay. That's exactly the projection, the narcissism 101 that's going on. Do y'all see that? If you've been through it yourself, you can witness it. You can witness it and you can see it. Recognize it. That's my word. Sorry. You get me? Okay. Mom, carry on. Sorry.
So I can give you, we don't have a lot of time, but there's just so much to unpack with the MK Ultra stuff. You guys got to dig into that. That's the crime against humanity. That's the big problem. But when Allie's programming was being built when she was a little kid, the police officer would come into the home at 4 a.m, rape her in her closet. The parent would conveniently always be in the bathtub. When the police officer was raping her in the closet every time, he would lay his badge and he would lay his gun right next to her in sight, and the protection or the person that should have been protecting her was in the bathtub. Those are programming triggers. So whenever you see a badge and a gun, it's going to trigger that nobody's protecting you. Whenever you see the bath, it's going to trigger the badge and the gun that you're going to be hurt. Those are triggers. Those are visual triggers. There's audio triggers. There's phrase triggers. There's visual triggers. So that's what's being done. But the masses aren't aware of that because they're not understanding the depth of the evil. It's not just trafficking. It's so much deeper and it's so much thicker than that. So I just wanted you guys to know what you're seeing. I wanted you guys to know why we back up. I wanted you to know why we aren't taking any more interviews. Because there's so many traps laid trying to trigger Allie's programming. We're just not doing it. If you just step back and take an aerial view of the last couple weeks of all the slander and the defamation, it is physically impossible for me to be all of those things. But what's happening is they're just throwing everything, hoping something will stick, hoping something will exhaust everybody to be like, you know what, I can't sort through all that bullshit. I'm just gonna go focus on sports. I'm gonna go do something over here. I'm gonna take my mind off the kids because this is too much drama. I apologize that we are inadvertently getting drug into that. Regardless if you hate us, regardless if you like us, don't lose sight of the kids because this is the deal breaker. This is crimes against humanity. What's going on with these kids? When you go back and look at the video in the bathroom, at what I told you was actually happening, when you realize that there's so many millions of kids that are going through that every day, and they don't have anybody to sit with them, they don't have anybody to comfort them, they don't have a stuffed animal to hold on to, it's going to happen to them again tomorrow. I want you to start understanding the fight we're actually in. You're seeing how evil is rearing its head. You're seeing how dark and the fires in California are covering things up and burning evidence. You're seeing evil freak the fuck out and thrash around and try to do whatever it can to right itself. I'm gonna shift gears real quick. The last 2 weeks for us have been really heavy and really dark. There's not an easy answer of what to do. We are trying to hold integrity. We are trying to keep the eyes focused on the kids. I don't care if you like me. There's a lot of people that I'm not real fond of either. But that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what religion, what sex. I don't care about any of that. If we can't come together for the kids, humanity is not going to survive. It's dark and it's deep. For those that are threatening me, my life is not my own. God ordered my birth. God orders my death. You can threaten to kill me, but I've already submitted my life for God to do whatever He chooses to do. My life is surrendered to Jesus Christ. If He lets me continue to breathe, I will continue to speak for the kids. If He takes me home in the next 30 seconds, that's His choice. But you don't factor into that equation of when I live and I die. That's on God's time. And as long as I'm living, I will continue to stand and fight and speak for the kids. For you moms and dads out there, I'm going to go real quick. Hang on one second. There's a Bible story in Exodus 17, 8 through 6. Moses was with the Israelites. He was with Aaron and a man named Hur. And then there was Joshua. Joshua was leading the army. God told him to go fight the Amalekites. The Amalekites were very evil people. They were practicing witchcraft. They were messing with demonic and sorcery and all this stuff. And they were very evil people. God said, go fight them. So Joshua went down to go fight. Took the army down to go fight against them. God told Moses to go up on the hill with Aaron and Hur. When the battle was raging, if Moses had his hands in the air, the army of God was winning. When Moses' arms got tired, they would start to lose. So Aaron and Hur came along beside him and held his arms up so he could continue to fight and they could continue to win. Allie and I are in this fight, whether you stand with us or not. But we need you moms and we need you dads to stand with us and hold our arms up so we can continue to fight for the kids. If you find something in your house, if you have a ball or whatever, if you put that on the counter and every time you see that or every time your arms get tired, if you will remember to pray for us, we will continue to stand for the kids. But we can't do it by ourselves. This is not a one-man thing. The evil against this is too dark. It's too old. This is ancient evil. We will stand no matter the cost, no matter the outcome, but we need help. We need you to pray for us. We need you to hold our arms up so we can continue.
Yes, Shelly, we're here. Fuck yeah. Oh man, so heavy but so true.
For those of you who there's been rage bait, clickbait, character assassination attempts on us. We have pushed a lot of you back. Y'all know who we are. Y'all know how we get down. Y'all know who we are. For the angels that have met us, we're going to do a chat tomorrow. If y'all would like to come on and just speak about what you've seen, what you've witnessed, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. But if you would please come on and speak to my dance parents, my dance moms and my dance dads, y'all know who I am to the babies. Y'all know who I am. I know you know who I am. From my special needs kids to my dancers, y'all know who I am. I have pushed, I've spoke to a few of you recently. Thank you. My dancers that are not 18 yet. If you want to talk to your parents and you want to tell them about that chat that's going on tomorrow and they would like to speak on that chat, tell them they need to go through me first. You guys still have my number. Text me. If you would like to be on that chat tomorrow, text me first. Do not go through an admin. Do not go through anybody that's saying, oh, I know I can. No, go through me. You still have my number. Okay. I know I'm not the person that they wanted me to be. I'm not even close. I am proud of myself for becoming the woman that my mom right here taught me to be. I am very proud of myself. I give it to my mama second, but I give it to God first. If I didn't move, if I didn't make the decisions that I made, if I didn't get tired, if it wasn't all the torture that I went through, if I didn't go through it, I wouldn't be the woman I'm sitting here as today. If you would like to speak on our behalf, if you don't, that's okay too. I get it. If you're like, listen, I don't want to get in the middle of that. I get it. Keep the baby safe. You know, that's my number one thing. You know, that's where I go to first. You know, that's why I push you back. You know, that's why I've been kicking you off chats, moving you out the way, pulling your pictures down, making sure there's no tie to you. I'm asking you now. This is the time. Go ahead, speak up. If you are okay with posting the truth of me with your child, and that's on you, and you decide to do that, thank you. You know who I am. You know me. That is not something that you can fake. That's not something that you can pretend. I know you know that. So thank you to those who can come and stand on our behalf. Because I know that we don't have to defend ourselves too hard. When you know who you are, when you love what you do, when you move in the right way, everything else speaks for you. You don't have to speak, you don't have to say much. My mama taught me that. I overshare, I over-defend. I do a lot because everything has always been blamed on me my entire life. Since I was a baby, it's my fault. Since I was a baby, being beat was my fault. Being raped was my fault. Being able to have kids is my fault. Not knowing what to do was my fault. Running was my fault. Trying to kill myself was my fault. It's not my fault. I'm not taking that no more. There are times where I get in a corner. There is. Who doesn't? Who wouldn't after all of this? But I know who I am. I know who my mom is. I know who my God is. So I'm not tripping. If you're like, I can't do that, that's okay. It's all right. I know that eventually the truth will do its own thing because we have done everything that we could the right way. You're seeing people projecting and you're seeing people say there's trafficking involved, but they want to project that to this woman or the 90s angels that have stood on our behalf because they can't fathom people doing the right thing because they never did it themselves. Those of you who just met me under justice, Lottie, I love you. I know you're sitting right here, sis. For those of you who have just met me under justice, Jessica, I know you're sitting right here, sis. Knight Rider, I know you're sitting right here, bro. For those who have met me under justice, you met me when I went ahead and put my head down for a year. For a year straight, you guys. Area for a short time. We were able to meet and work with children and their parents, and in this time that I worked with them, we created some artistic things. No one knew me under Allie. They knew me under Miss Justice. It was my stage name for the moment because we had angels that came out, stood with us while we were able to put our head, stay, and do what you love for a quick second. And I did. You guys remember when I had the blue hair? Y'all remember that? We took these kids to a place to go ahead and show what they've learned. And in that time, someone recognized me, a few people, and they said, your name is not Justice, it's Allie, isn't it? Yep, that's true. But for right now, I have kids around me and I need to keep them safe. In that time, we created something called Disruptive Demand. We created something called Ward of the State, War Room, a sister's bond. Bullying stops with me nowadays. Whiskey Lullaby. I'm missing somebody. Am I missing somebody? I'm missing somebody. Oh, in Pearl Harbor. Y'all know who I'm talking to. We took these kids and I said, guys, I don't believe this is just going to be seen by your little small town. I believe that one. So prepare yourselves. And this time, I told the kids numerous times, when you walk into a room, what you bring to the table will always be what? Dinner came out of my pocket that I didn't have, but I made sure because I cared. I didn't ask you for anything. I just did it because they're kids and they deserve to be happy. That's what happened. You know who I am. You know what I did. You know what I created, and now you understand why. Right? Cool. If you would like to get on this chat tomorrow, you have my number. Please text me. Don't go through anybody else but me. I will point you to the right people. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. But heads up to you, someone found that spot. Protect your babies first. Don't worry about me, if that's the case. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And if you don't, text me. Okay? That chat will be going on at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay? If you can make it, great. If you could send in a voice message and you don't want to go live with them, great. Send it to me. Text me as far as a dancer goes, as far as a student goes. I want you safe, but I know y'all are on here. I know you guys are seeing it, and I know some of you are like, let me speak, and I keep pushing you back. I'm telling you right now, I'm not pushing you no more. Go ahead. But if you don't speak on my stuff, just continue to speak for the voices that need you. Be a voice for the voiceless. We said we were doing just this weekend to speak on the children, but this is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. After all the hell and the things and the time that people have taken to slander, to lie, to threaten, to take me, to torture, I think we need to keep going for the rest of this month. The march is now moved. The digital virtual march is now moved to a month long. Please continue to speak and post. Don't let up about the children until the month of January is over. Can you do that, please, everybody? A lot of you are digital soldiers on here that sit from the UK, Africa, Australia, Greece, Ireland, all of you from all around. I love you, thank you. But keep this virtual march going for the rest of the month. Don't let up. Talk about the children. Post about the children. Look in your areas and talk about the children that are missing. Utilize every platform that you can to continue to talk about the children. Do not let up, because they're burning evidence. I told you that already. Remember, everybody's like, how did you know about the fires? MK Ultra. How did you know about the things that you knew about? MK Ultra. Now you're going to be asking me soon, how'd you know about the earthquake? MK Ultra. California, get ready. It's coming. I can't control it. I can't do that. We're nowhere near California. Warned y'all about the fires, and everybody's like, but how did she? MK Ultra.
She didn't start them.
I didn't start them. I'm over somewhere else. I'm not near California. We have the receipts to where we are, too, so don't try that bullshit. I will continue to use my voice. I will continue to fight like hell. And if I fought like hell to get here, trust and believe me that I'm not budging, and I will fight like hell to stay where I'm at. So for those who keep, she needs to go back to where? As a 30-year-old woman, I am now 30 years old, and I will be 31 in February 15th to be exact. I thank God that I have lived 31 years of life, because as you can see with the evil that you're seeing, I was not supposed to make it past 16. That's what I kept trying to tell y'all. So after 31 years of life, I am blessed to still say that I am sitting here. I haven't made it to 31 yet. Let's make sure we make it there. I don't know what's happening. We're trying to make it to 31. Mama ain't 64 either.
No.
She's not 64. But in her 50 plus years of life, she's still been fighting. Okay? My mom, also to give you a little tidbit, does not have any children of her own. It's not that she couldn't have any children of her own. She chose not to. Because there was too many children going through all kind of hell. So she chose to become a foster mother and to become my adopted mom, my real mom. She chose that. I am chosen. I am chosen. Okay? So for that rumor too, that's not true. I'm chosen, and I'm the baby. Yep. That's the truth. For those of you who hate us and still can't understand what the hell we just said in all this life, the feelings are mutual, for number one. For number two, please stay away from any other child, and I pray for your own. I pray for the ones that come from you, because clearly they had to recover from their childhood, and it shows through you. It shows through every move that you make, every threat that you send, every time that you go to attack. It shows that, God forbid, that you have children, they've had to recover from the children that you tried to tear down. That shows. I'm sorry to those kids who have parents like this. There's a lot of kids that deserve to not have to recover from their childhood. I am very proud of the woman that I stand here as today. My name is Allison Leilani Carter. Tori Outlaw is dead. Father God, I thank you for this day. I thank you for this time, Jesus. I know there's so many that don't believe in you, and I didn't give them a warning, God, but I ask that you stand with them. I ask that you let them feel your love. I ask that you show them and put a fire in them to continue to speak on behalf of those who don't know what love is, Jesus. I thank you for the protection that you are still putting around us, God, through every storm that rages against us, Jesus. We sit in the storm, and we know that at one point, Jesus, it will pass. It might take down windows. It might take down doors. It might burn houses. But Jesus, we know that this storm will pass because you said it will. We stand on your word that every weapon can form, but it will not prosper, Jesus. We put on our armor of God, and we continue to stand in the storm, God. We continue to fight for every child that needs us. We continue to speak on behalf of those who can't speak for themselves, Jesus. I put on my helmet of salvation with my mom, my breastplate of righteousness, my girdle of truth, my shoes of peace and readiness, God. I take up my shield of faith and my sword of the Spirit, And I will never stop fighting. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name, I thank you. I praise you, I honor you, and I will forever glorify your name because I've seen what you have done, God. I thank you for keeping me. I thank you for showing me, and I thank you for choosing me to continue to keep going. Jesus, I ask you to please, please, please show everybody who you are. Somehow, some way, God, I know that this storm that's going on is not just for us and it's not about us. Jesus, I pray for those who don't know you. I pray for those who don't want to know you, God, because of whatever they've had to go through and they think that that is not the person they want to know. God, I pray for those who don't know you. Jesus, I love you. I thank you. And please keep holding us in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Godspeed. We pray that you talk to y'all sooner than later. Insurance holders, y'all know the drill. Bye, guys.
Whew. That was, wow. That was pretty heavy there for a moment. Oh, my goodness. Like, she's really hitting it on the head now, though, and I think, it's just collecting more and more power. The more, you know, she's not letting it get to her, not standing down, not letting these people throw her off course. Oh, jeez. I might need a minute after that to collect myself. Just wow. But, yeah. No, I think she made herself heard. I think it was loud and clear that obviously it's always been the same, that we want to keep the focus on the children, no doubt. But she really hit the nail on the head there with whatever nonsense was going around this past week. Like, we got people on to like 50 hours wasted trying to smear and bash this young woman, by a convict, no less. This man has a history of predatory behavior and harassment and abuse towards women. He served a long prison sentence for armed robbery, and then getting together with this child abuser to run this smear campaign against Allie and her adoptive mother, and cherry picking, basically picking whatever bits and pieces they can to try to fuel their false narrative. And it's just disgusting. It's been disgusting to see, but I can tell that obviously it's just more fuel to Allie and Shelly's fire, and for everybody, you know, I think it's just bringing more attention to the kids, and that's the main thing. Okay, anyways, I think, yeah, give me just a minute here, guys. I'm gonna just take a couple minutes before we jump into the virtual march side of things here. I think we'll probably do kind of similar to what we did yesterday, but we'll go a little different direction with some video segments. I think she kind of came on live like out of the blue too, so it kind of caught me off guard. So it's kind of got my I'm not really sure can't really lead from that. Like, what more is there to say after that? You know what I mean? I think she really just made the point. But obviously, like she said, you know, it is Human Trafficking Month as well, and we're gonna start with the weekend, and obviously, like, you know, you heard her, you heard the woman. Like, let's keep it going. There's no reason people can't keep posting and searching in their local areas, and, you know, poking. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and if we keep demanding answers and questioning why there's, you know, however many kids missing in an area, but you never got an Amber Alert. Why there was never a news report, you know, all those things. But yeah, maybe we all take a moment to breathe after that. I'm going to put some tunes on. It's just give me about 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll regather. We can all regather ourselves, stretch our legs, use facilities if you need, and then we'll continue this. All right, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you Angel Wings for keeping track in the chat and keeping it moderated, keeping out the trolls and the goons and flying monkeys. Oh, okay. Yep. I'm gonna put a couple songs on here just to take an interlude, take a moment, and then we'll be right back. Okay.
In the shadow of dreams so cold, children's laughter echoes, stories left untold. Broken toys and whispered fears, fading hope through endless tears. Midnight moonlight can't heal their pain, silent cries in the pouring rain, paper boats on rivers of despair. Little hearts that need repair, little hearts that need repair. Save the children, save their souls, catch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes. Hands reaching out for shelter and care, longing for love in the empty air. Lost innocence in the chaos and strife. Give them a chance, give them a life. Flickering candles in the night, holding on to dreams so bright. Listen closely to their plea, be the change they need to see. Save the children, save their souls, catch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes. Flickering candles in the night, holding on to dreams so bright. Listen closely to their plea, be the change they need to see. Save the children, save their souls, catch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes. In the shadows, hearts are crying. Silent whispers left unheard. Little voices lost in longing. In a world that seems absurd. We'll find you in the darkness. We'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. Empty rooms and broken laughter, echoes of a life once known. Steps unseen, they fade thereafter, guided by a hope alone. We'll find you in the darkness, we'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. In the quiet tears keys are falling, dreams that vanished without trace. Listen closely, hear them calling, see their hope in every face. Every heart a beacon shining, every soul a guiding star. In our hearts forever binding, no matter where you are. We'll find you in the darkness, we'll light up the night. Never stop the searching till you're back inside. And the quiet tears are falling, dreams that vanished without trace. Listen closely, hear them calling, see their hope in every face.
Oh man, thank you guys for sticking around while I took a couple minutes. I think we all needed a couple minutes after that. That was really powerful stuff, and just really kind of just drives it home, you know. And my goodness, just from yesterday, look at this, just in the last couple days. It's like every day, there's more just dropping off the planet. And they can't all be runaways, and even if they are, where are they running from? What are they running from? You know? And we really got to start asking the important questions here. We got to really start looking closely at what's going on here. Look at this. Just this year, all these friggin' kids, man. Like, So thank you guys, thank you everybody for being here for this and for seeing it all for what it is, and choosing to be a drop in the ocean of influence for good, and not to spread this smear campaign, you know, and distract them from the kids. It's just ridiculousness. But, you know, yeah, Deborah, that's a great question, you know, and right now, with everything going on the West Coast in Cali, all the fires, you know, I really, really hope that it's like the power of the whole universe, forget a man-made God at this point, the power of the entire universe, may it be protecting them and guiding them to a safe place. May they have been evacuated if you know, there's places that are burning and collapsing where some of these kids are being held. This is a big issue. This is a global issue. This is a local issue, you know. Maybe we'll just start off, and if you guys want to drop what your local township or whatever is, and we can do some searches, and you guys can just see for yourselves what a major issue this is. And I mean, there's 500,000 going missing every year, and this is saying there's only 4,000 in all of the U.S. currently missing. So I don't know how accurate it is, but some of the kids do make it on here, and they do keep it fairly up to date, it seems like. There's been updates just since we were looking at it last. So if you guys want to check this out too, it's the link to the missing kids search page is in the description. So if you guys want to do searching on your own and bring up your local areas somewhere near you, if there's none showing right in your area, search the town closest to you, and then you're able to go in there, and any of the profiles you can go in, and they give you where you can geez, I'm still collecting myself, sorry guys. It gives you a little information slip, and you can print it off. It's like a poster that you can print off and submit tips. If you see something, like, that's half the thing too, is seeing and keeping track of who's missing in your areas too. So if you see something, you can say something. You know, if you see him at the gas station or you see him at the local grocery store. Some of these gives a little more information. Missing child believed to be with her mother, who is also missing. The mother is 16. Like, what is wrong with this friggin' world, man? This poor kid. Like, obviously, this mother had a struggle, had a crazy childhood, and ended up, you know, out in the wilderness. And then being a mom at 16, and then both of them going missing. Like, this is a serious issue, guys. This is a serious friggin' issue, and I don't know how else we can stress it on the masses, you know what I mean? It's like Ali was saying, like, I know a lot of people, and like she knows a lot of people don't want to have to look at it, that it seems like a lot, and it's overwhelming, and it's a lot to digest, but like, we have to, like, look at this. This is just like 2 days, well, I guess 3-4 days ago now, just a couple days ago, this young mother who is impregnating a young teenager like that. Like, what's wrong with people? You know what I mean? Like, and then they're going missing. So what happened there, you know? And I don't know the situation. I don't know their life story, you know, whatever. But obviously something went real wrong there for this young woman, child, to have a 1-year-old. Because think about it. You have 9 months. Okay, so she would have been 14 years old. Around 14, 15 years old. And somebody not looking out for her. Somebody not protecting her. And then now her and her small child missing. From New York. In New York. Like, that's a rough freaking place to live. For young people on the street. Like, huh. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Like, people are out here making a whole big thing about it and making it a drama, gossip, whatever fest. And they're totally missing the focus. They're totally missing the whole freaking point of what everything Ali has been trying to say for years, that many people have been trying to say for decades. Like, forget just the last 5 years that Ali's been at it. She's not the only one. You know, there's been other Ali Carters through history, through time. Like, look at Kathy O'Brien's been trying to say stuff for a million years. You know, there's been so many people. Paul Benassi tried to uncover a big ring back in the day and tell them. He was trying to tell them where these kids were, where some of these kids that were missing, and in the news, all over the news, and where they could be found. He took them to the place and showed them where they had been held, and there was kids' names etched into the under, like, because it was under a house, dug out under a house, and in the wood, kids had scratched in their names to prove that they were there. So it was, all the evidence was there. The people were there. They saw it with their own 2 eyes, and nothing came of that. Like, how much evidence do law enforcement in these, like, obviously there's a lot of corruption. So I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, well, it's all part of it. It's all part of it. It's all part of, like, this trauma-based control that's just all over, you know? It's got us all in a trance in a way, like the masses in a way, that it's right in front of their face and they don't even see it. It's eyes wide shut, you know? Like, we were kind of talking about it yesterday. I know some of you guys were here for it, so you remember, but anyways, let me collect myself here. Does anybody want to say what locale they're from? And we'll do a little search here. Sacramento, California. But that's the point, guys. It's not just in big cities. It's not just in, you know, it's not just on TV. Like, you think some of this stuff, you just see it on TV or you see it in the movies, but it's maybe am I not spelling it right? Hold on. Sacramento? Oh, there we go, yeah. There we go. Like, little kids, man. Age 1 now. So this kid, like, little kids going missing before they're even barely made it out of the gate. you know, and then there's all these teens and they don't bother looking for them because they just figure they're runaways. But again, like I said, like, why are they running away? What are they running away from? Why would they take the risk of being on the street and being on their own and risking being hurt by strangers versus their own family? Because that's what it comes down to. If you leave home and you run away from home and you're a kid and you're out on the streets, like, that's awful. That's not easy at all. Like, that's not just some troubled kid that's, like, doesn't like the rules at home or something. Like, if you're choosing that life over spending it with whatever toxicity and dysfunction is in your own household, there's a freaking problem there, you know? Drop a link? Yeah, here, I'll drop this link, no problem. It's in the description too, guys. If you guys want to start doing your own searching around with this missing kids. Some places have their own sites too, so, like, do some searching around. Because some of this doesn't seem accurate. Like, some of these areas we were searching yesterday, like, there was no way that there was only, say, 20 kids in such a large city area, you know? And, like, I do know that there's been a lot of busts, there's been a lot of rescues, a lot of stuff's been changing and happening this past year, you know? But we know there's more than this. Oh, it's the Telegram. Oh, yeah, Angel Wings. Did you have that handy? If you have it handy, that would be great. I happen to have this page open, so it's quick and easy to drop it. But if you can grab the Telegram link for us too and share that. Yeah, it's everywhere. Like, people keep saying, okay, well, Allie wants us to find the kids, and it's about the kids, and da-da-da-da-da. But where are they? Well, guess what? They're missing everywhere. You know, take a look around. It's like, there's no any one place. They're not all ending up in one place. It's like same as with drug dealers. There's different people offering different things all over the freaking place. And when one source is busted, like with this Diddy situation, they're going to find their next source. It's just what it is. Like, if you think about it with any trafficking, drug trafficking, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just something that's going to be a lot more high profit because it's a lot more high risk. And then we're talking about human freaking beings here, you know? So, oh, man. Okay, so here, I went ahead and I'm going to start going top down, I guess. And if you guys want to request a place to look, and we'll do this for a few moments, and then we can start watching just some more stuff. There's all kinds of stuff about it. There's some videos where kids were rescued from underground areas, bunkers. There's, but I mean, really, just everybody, just start searching in your area for just different things going on. Just keep your eyes open. Start looking into stuff. Start, you know, if there's, I don't know. I've been at this for years as well in my own different way, and trying to expose this greater issue of, you know, how kids are being exploited in the industry in general, you know, how it's this big pipeline that's kind of being fed down the line. And then how all of us, in a way, growing up, like, being that a lot of the people that were sent to entertain us as kids growing up, they were being exploited. So in a way, we were kind of being exploited too, you know? And it's not okay. It's just not okay anymore. Like, we all need to wake up. We all need to start looking and talking about it and sharing it on our socials. Like, let's not just share memes and funny videos and cats and dogs and whatever stuff, you know? Like, I don't know if you guys remember that documentary, the docuseries, the Don't Fuck with Cats, the We Don't Fuck with Cats. Are we freezing? What's happening here? Not receiving enough. Ah, shoot. Hold on. Can you guys hear okay? I think it's lagging out. My thing on this side's doing something wonky. Are we... Oh, it looks like we're back. Okay, excellent connection. Okay. You guys can hear okay? We're here? But anyway, so I don't know if you guys remember that documentary that was the Don't Fuck with Cats, where there was this individual that was doing awful things to kittens and posting the videos online, and the whole internet came together and used little hints and like things from in the video as hints of where they could be. Like, they tracked down like what the vacuum was and stuff to try to trace down and identify where this guy might be. And like they all put their heads together and were able to track this guy down, and it had escalated from being cats to a human being, but a grown-up. They were grown-ups, which, not that that's any better or worse, but if we could put that kind of effort and energy into finding the kids, you know, like we could come together to rescue the kittens or try to save the kittens or stop this guy from doing things to kittens. Why can't we do it, you know? Because it does escalate. It always escalates. Like, people get away with stuff and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And no wonder. And apparently it's more closer to 8 million kids worldwide. So I'm going to have to update the thumbnail and stuff too, because it's not just a million. I don't know. Maybe was more than North America altogether is a million. But worldwide, it's closer to 8 million kids every single freaking year. Like, obviously they're going somewhere. Like, who's taking them? Who's buying them? Because obviously they're not just like, you know, like this is it. This is the truth of the matter. This is the fact of the matter. That's right. You're right. Exactly. Big Moose? Yes, exactly. They don't want to accept it because it means their whole life is a lie. Absolutely. Jacksonville Beach, Florida? Okay, let me see. Some of the places that if they've got a space in it, like, it's been a little wonky here and there with certain things. So you might have to search, like, just Jacksonville, Florida, but we'll try. Yeah, right. Probably doubts. Like, that's the thing, too, is it doesn't seem all the way... Is there a Jacksonville, Florida? I think there is. I don't know. I'm Canadian, so I don't know for sure, but there we go. So for Jacksonville, there we go. Just this year, we got a couple of, or just this past year. And you got to think, like, obviously these teens, something happened. You're not just taken off for no reason either, you know? Yeah, exactly, Alyssa. That's the thing too, is when you start searching and you start looking in these areas, and it's, you know, you're seeing 30, 40, whatever kids missing. There you go. In Florida alone, 275 kids. 274 kids. So anybody from the Florida area, did any of you guys get any of these Amber Alerts in this past year? Like just this past couple weeks, just before Christmas? Anybody get any alerts? Anybody see anything on the news? Like, that's the point, right? Like, why not? Why not? Because they're runaways, so we don't care? Because they're troubled youth, we don't care? Because they're self-medicating and taking off and not listening to the parents, we just don't care? Like, why aren't we looking closer at this stuff? Why aren't we taking it more seriously? Like, where have all the good people gone? Jacksonville Ron DeCastro. Is that somebody you saw here? Ron DeCastro? I'm not sure what you're saying, or is that a place? You guys gotta help me out here, because I'm not familiar with the U.S. Like I said, I'm from Canada, so some of it's a little different the way our places work than it does for you guys. You guys have different counties, and it's just a little different. Live in New York. Have had one Amber Alert in almost 3 years. Okay, and let's look at New York. Tell me there's 200 kids currently, and look at that, right in the last, like, yesterday. And then all through the last month or so here. So where are they? Why is there no Amber Alerts? Why is nobody looking for them? Like, this is the questions we got to start asking. Like, contact your local municipalities. Like, contact your local law enforcement. If we start making noise, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But that's it, yeah, and then it's few and far between, so they're just like, oh yeah, it's just another one, it's just what it is, but they don't, exactly, they're not connecting the dots of it being this bigger issue, you know? California, it's almost 600 right now. And again, anybody in the California area, you guys got any alerts for that? Yeah, No, exactly, Mary Starseed, exactly. In this mass surveillance society we live in, like, there's just no freaking way. There's no way that these kids just disappear into thin air. There's just no way. Like, it's impossible. And it's everywhere. It's everywhere you turn. Like, there's nowhere that there's not missing kids. You know? Pardon me. Colorado. But if we get on it, and for the more recent ones, you know, like we were saying yesterday, obviously there's some that it's too late. Some of them are adults now, you know, like it's far too late for them, but it's not too late for the ones currently out there, you know, and they're the most vulnerable to human trafficking when they're on the street like that, and when they go missing and nobody's looking for them. Like that's how this all happens. And it should be on social media. People should be posting about it, and when they see it, they should give a shit about it. Like, why do people not give a shit about missing friggin' kids, man? Like, how how absurd, you know? Just gonna keep going down the line here. Some of these places we'd already searched yesterday, but for those of you just joining us today too, we're gonna go through. We'll go through, and then see where we'll take it after this. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem accurate. Yeah, it's only 6, and then half of them are from 1 million years ago. We're talking about there's only been 1 kid in the past couple of years since the whole time. That doesn't seem legit. You know, and then because there's ones that just people don't even report them missing, or they're lost in the system. Like that's the reason. Like, Allie has never wanted people to focus on her actual story, but she wants people to realize how corrupt the system is and how easily kids are lost in the system, how easily they fall through the cracks, and then they're preyed upon. You know, that makes them super vulnerable to people that want to do harm. You know, so we got to start looking at it differently. We can't be, you know, thinking of it the way we've been looking at it, and like that they're just runaways, and then if bad things happen to them, it's their own fault and stuff like that. Like that's the whole wrong mentality that we need to have for this. Like, we need to really start reprogramming ourselves, because the way that we've been taught to look at this stuff and think about it is so backwards. It's so wrong, you know. It's connected all the way. It's connected from top to bottom. You got to think of how many people need to be complicit along the way to allow for this kind of thing. You know, like, or people just standing by and not saying anything. Like, seeing kids getting snatched up or forced into a car, and they're just assuming, oh, the kid's having a temper tantrum, and the parents just trying to take them home. You know, we got to really start. Like, I would rather be wrong and embarrassed than have been right and done nothing at all. You know, like, we really need to start taking steps to be proactive instead of reactive, because that's just the way we've been doing it. We wait till kids are harmed. We wait till something bad has happened, and then we do something, and that's not okay either. Oh, man. Getting fired up. But this is it. Like, I've been at this for a long time too, like I said, guys, and I'm just so happy now. Like, obviously it's not a happy thing, but I'm happy that we're all getting to a point that we can be talking about this stuff, that like, the Great Awakening is happening. People are getting a little more wise and more aware, more trauma aware, more just, you know, more tuned in. A lot of little kids from Hawaii. And then where do they end up? You know, again, exactly, like, how are they disappearing right into thin air? Like, none of it makes sense unless a lot of people are complicit. And that's sad. That's scary. And these little kids, like, they're still little kids. Like, went missing in 2015, but still would only be 12 right now. Went missing 4 years ago, but now they're only 8. And those are kids that are still out there that, you know, we need to be looking for them. Somebody needs to be looking for them, and, you know, it takes the power of everybody. Like, people got to start getting active in their own communities. People need to start paying attention. The fires and the ashes, coincidence, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Ali said it herself too. Like, she predicted that back at the end of October to keep an eye out that there's going to be fires, there's going to be explosions, they're going to be trying to hide things, they're going to be trying to burn the evidence, so to speak. And what was that jail call that Diddy told the Sun? He'd asked him if he'd heard from Jay-Z and told him to destroy the pizza boxes. Get rid of the pizza boxes. You got 10 minutes to talk to your kid on the phone from jail, and that's what you're talking about? So what are you talking about? You're just telling him to make sure to take the garbage out from home? I don't friggin' think so. It's all code. If you look it up, there's codes and symbols and so many things that it's just right under your nose. It's right in front of your face, hidden in plain sight, and it's almost like they're mocking us at this point, you know? And I'm just so glad, though, that there's so many more people getting on board with this and seeing this and being open to learning about it, being open to seeing what's going on. Yeah, man, I've been doing videos about it, but like there's a lot of stuff they just don't want people to know about either. Like, if you see like the view discrepancy too, like you can see ones that are being kind of like suppressed in a way, because the same as you can pay to promote things, you can pay to quiet things down, you know. And we know they were sending people around trying to pay influencers to twist the narrative and to sow seeds of doubt for what's going on with the whole Diddy thing. So, and Ali just confirmed, like, and I figured as much, that this whole thing is a paid campaign. Somebody's getting paid to pump 30, 40, 50 hours of this last week alone into bashing and trying to discredit Ali and Shelly, when literally all they're trying to do is spread awareness about the kids. Like, who has the incentive to try to hush and silence people trying to spread awareness about the kids? Right? Like, we gotta think about it. And look at it, right full frontal, right in the face of it. And of course, yeah, of course you're gonna have evil people that want to capitalize on the negative, awful, you know, gossipy smear campaign shit, right? But like, it's just getting out of hand, man. Like, the amount of evil in this world has just increased. Like, as much as the Great Awakening is happening and it's increasing and more people are becoming aware, that it's like the more evil is finding its way out of the woodwork and rearing its ugly head, you know? It's like they talk about, people talk about lizard people, and it's like this conspiracy thing, and people are like, oh, y'all are nuts. But what if they're actually saying that people are cold-blooded, heartless serpents, lizards, parasites, you know, vipers? Maybe that's more what they're saying. You know what I mean? Because you gotta be pretty freaking cold-blooded to be exploiting an alleged child trafficking victim that's literally just trying to spread awareness about missing and exploited kids. Like, what degree of evil and cold-blooded do you need to be that's going to be your whole job, your full-time job for an entire freaking week, is to try to discredit and smash, bash, harass, abuse some people, and people like they're trying to threaten to come after me and all this crap too. But I don't give a shit. Come at me, bro. I don't care. What do you do? You're a convict teamed up with a child abuser trying to smash and bash people that are literally just trying to talk about the kids, that are literally just trying to bring the focus on missing and exploited kids. So I hope all those peanuts are worth it. Because once that 5 minutes of fame is over, what's next? More armed robbery, probably, considering they just got out, like, they spent 10 years in jail for that. So, like, this is the kind of quality of people that all these other people are jumping on the bandwagon and jumping on that smear campaign, and it's twisted. It's so twisted. And nobody can see the forest from the trees. None of them can see it, you know? So, just the same people that are coming at Ali and her mom. It's no big deal. It's whatever. It's empty, veiled threats, and just like, what are they gonna do, really? Like, I ain't worried. They're gonna try to like expose me for exposing the kids. Like, go for it. Just bring more attention back to the kids, as long as it circles back every time. Not worried, and it just makes them look worse, you know? Because literally, we're just here trying to talk about some missing freaking kids. I'm not telling no story. I'm not saying nothing about nothing. I'm just saying, how about we look at that? There's millions of freaking kids missing. And that there's a lot of discrepancies and a lot of inconsistencies, and there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. Yeah, I've had some people sending me some stuff in the DMs of seeing some of their back and forth in their chats and in their comments and stuff. Waxahachie, Texas. I can't even say that, but I'm gonna search it, and then we'll keep searching down. I kind of keep getting on a tangent here, but Waxahachie. Waxahachie. All right, let's see. Yeah, right. I don't believe that, but I mean, sometimes it's like they've rounded it up to the nearest big area, you know, so the biggest town nearby there. So if you search just Texas, obviously we can see there's there's plenty of them. But yeah, guys, like use the link and search in your area too. Cause like I said, some of the areas, the smaller areas, have their own database and their own system, and like it's up to us to stay aware, because obviously they're not giving out notifications, they're not putting it on the news, they're not making reports. And even if they do, it's like a footnote on their local news media, you know. So if you're staying in tune and seeing what's around you, and whenever there's new missing kids that have come up, and it's like within a couple days, and if you're at the local gas station or you're somewhere and you see something, say something. You know, when you click on these, in any one of these, they have information. Like they'll give you the local information. Usually, yep, there it is. What department, what their code number is, everything you need. You can submit a tip directly online. You can print the poster, you know, and like we were saying yesterday, guys, like nothing's stopping you from going and printing off, like, and maybe not all of them, because like I said too, some of them it's too late for them. They're adults now and they're lost in the system, you know, it's done for them. There's only so much we can do. But for the newer missing kids, to go print off some flyers and stick them up like the good old days, like the old fashioned way. You know, when there was posters, it was physical media, physical copies of things. But because people are all, you know, on their phones and inside, and it's not the same as it used to be, like we got to get creative. You know, make a group in your local area and just start posting. If you're in a big major metropolitan area where there's going to be new missing kids all the time, make a Facebook group, post it, spread it around, and maybe people like your friends, family are going to think you're a weirdo and not going to understand, and they're not going to see the importance of it. But that's their problem. That's not a you problem, that's their problem. And the more you keep putting it out there and talking about it, the more the people that do care and the people that do want to do the right thing and do want to be part of the, you know, the good side of things, they'll come. If you build it, they will come, and they'll support it, they'll share it too, you know. And like I keep saying, every drop in the ocean of influence counts, and you don't need to be an influencer to cause great change. We could be making waves, everybody together, you know. Look at that, just the last few days, just disappearing into thin air. But that's why, like, this is why you can't really say, well, where are they? Where are they going? What are they doing? Well, they're everywhere, and they're going into all different hidey holes and safe houses all over. There's different hubs of transit points where they keep them for a bit, and then they get them over to the next spot and near the border, so they can get them across and get them onto a boat and get them, you know, because it's easier too if they take ones from here and bring them over there and bring ones from over there over here, and it just confuses the whole system, you know. And who's to say what's, you know, what exactly things are being referred to with the pizza box thing. Like, I don't know. I think that there's more to that. I had taken it as something maybe more to do with shipping containers, because that's another route that they bring them over. And then all these people, they've got yachts, they've got private jets, and there's places in international waters that there's no law. The places where the pirates go, this is where they take people out in the middle of the water and everybody's doing something messy, you know. And I don't care if people are out there having orgies and doing whatever they're doing recreational, narcotics, street stuff, whatever they want to do, as long as it's not involving children. I really don't care. They can all wear each other's asses as hats on a friggin' ocean liner cruise, going 90, doing blow, whatever they want to do. Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Do a conga line naked, backwards, upside down. Don't give a shit. But as soon as it involves kids, now we got a friggin' problem. But that's it too, right? Like, sometimes the people are corrupt. There's corruption all the way down the line. So I think just in the fact that if we keep making noise and there's enough people in a locale that are poking and asking questions and asking what they're doing to look for these kids, like, eventually, like, once they realize they're not just able to sweep it under the rug so easily, then maybe it's going to start bringing more of the good people on the forces, because that's the thing. In every group, sect, organization, every job, everywhere, there's going to be good and evil. Even in churches, there's bad people that are operating under the guise of good, you know? So we just got to keep using our voices so that we can all be uniting with the people all the way up the line that all want to do good too. Because people do go into child protective services wanting to do good for kids. People do go and teach in schools and do daycare and do all these things that involve children because they are good people that want to support and help guide and enrich and teach children, you know, or save children, whichever. But there is some people in law enforcement and in the judicial system and in the protective system that aren't good people, and that's just what it is. But that doesn't mean we do nothing, you know, like just because it seems so impossible or it seems so hard, like overwhelming. It's the same as what I was saying yesterday, you know. People do climb Mount Everest, people do marathons, people do build large, you know what I mean, like there's really great things that humans can do if they put their minds to it. And if there are more of us all the time trying to do the right thing and trying to spread the word and let the law enforcement know that there are some people looking for these kids. Like maybe their parents are messed up, they're lost in the system's not looking for them. But if you're looking for them and you're asking, you know, that's where the power lies. It's just let these kids know somebody's looking for them, you know, because if nobody is, then who's gonna? And if we don't make it our issue, because this is a human issue, this is like crimes against humanity kind of shit. If we don't make it all of our issue, who's gonna make it the issue? How do you eat a hippo? One bite at a time. That's absolutely right, Lindsay. That's a great metaphor. I love that. Love that. Absolutely. You know, like Mr. Beast when he counted to 1 million or whatever. That was like his first thing that now he's like one of the biggest YouTubers or whatever. He sat there counting to 1 million or whatever on a stream and just kept at it or whatever. Like, maybe that's not a great example. I don't know. Trying to just throw out as many examples that can apply to everyone here, you know. Rain. Yeah, see, well, this is it. Is sometimes I don't know how much we can trust even some of those organizations, right? But I think the Rain organization, I believe, is not bad. And then there's the Darkness to Light. Seems like a good group. I've added the link to that too under the resources. It's like missing kids, then resources. I think it's all right in there. Like that's what we got to do. We all got to start getting active about it, and we got to start getting loud about it. Because if nobody else is gonna, who's gonna, right? Because even this site, this missing and exploited children, like I always thought this was something that was a good thing, and I did like a school project on it, like in 8th grade. Everybody else was doing silly shit, and we had to do some like end of the year big project, and I wanted to do it on missing and exploited kids because, you know, I'm here for a reason. You're all here for a reason. We all had some shit. Right? Or we knew somebody close to us that had some shit as a kid, and we all have a soft spot inside for the complexities of childhood trauma, right? So. I mean, it's all funny, and sometimes when I look back at my whole life, it's been almost like a blueprint to lead up to this, in a way. But, yeah, I see you. A friend of mine got their TikTok shut down yesterday, too. A big account, too, that's been talking about some serious shit. So I think there was just like a widespread sweep, and took out a bunch of good ones. Good folks, and it's awful, but we just got to keep coming back, not let them silence us, you know. We can't let them scare us, we can't let them deflect or distract us. Yeah, that's the problem, Mary, because almost it's like a menu for the other side, like in a way. Think about all the other ways that they could be using this list. Like, as we're looking at it, like, let's find the freaking kids. How many people are like, oh, yeah, okay, I see you just got one went missing, you know, if you guys have that one, you know what I mean? Ordering it up like freaking pizza, almost. Like, we got to start looking at it and thinking about it in the way that how this might be operating. Because there's some way, it's a hundreds of billions of dollars a year industry, built in the backs of children, operating in plain sight, hidden in plain sight, right under our noses, So how is it, you know? Like, we got to really start thinking, and maybe it's speculation, maybe it's just theorizing or analyzing in the beginning. Maybe we don't know, but it's better to be starting to think about it and be asking questions and to be, you know, discussing it versus, yeah, I've seen about her, Annika, Lucas, yeah. There's so many of them. There's so many of them that have been trying to speak out, and for how many years, decades, they were calling them crazy. Because, I mean, of course you're going to seem crazy. If you had extremely heinous, complex trauma happen to you as a kid, of course you're going to come off a little nutty later on. Of course there's going to be an impact on your life in adulthood. Of course you're going to have problems. Of course you're going to end up with some addictions or some kind of compulsive mental unwellness. But the root cause always comes back to trauma. It's not some disease. Addiction's not the disease. The disease is trauma. Complex childhood trauma. Like, let's get freaking real here, you know? And I'm not no expert. Don't take this as advice, like medical advice or whatever, but, you know, we got to start doing it differently. You know, we keep doing the same things over and over again all these years and putting these people in Tupperware containers and shutting them up because they just sound so crazy, and there's no way this horrifying, terrifying, just, you know, that this shit could be happening to anybody. Like, nobody wants to believe it, but obviously it's happening, you know? And yeah, exactly, some of it does. It sounds like it's straight out of a sci-fi book, but that's what they want. That's what they want you to think. But when you look at the history of the different military programs and techniques that they were using on people and the experiments they were doing on people, all that shit they learned between the 40s to the 70s, everything started going into a practical application after that. They're like, oh yeah, sure, we were not going to do the experiments anymore because now we're using the techniques, you know? They had the interrogation manual, the Kubark interrogation manual that was all based on everything they learned, and then they started putting it into practice, practical application, and then it went from just being military to, you know, like, there's so much more to it now, and it does sound like complete sci-fi craziness. Like, everybody in my world thought I was crazy, probably still thinks I'm freaking crazy, probably looking at me, watching me right now, thinking, what the fuck is going on over there, thinking I'm, you know, and luckily, nobody knows where I fucking live. I moved away, detached myself from everybody I've ever fucking known since before 2024, because this is my life purpose, this is the hill I will fucking die on, and I don't give a shit what anyone wants to say or think. And they probably, if they had the chance, they'd be calling up for a welfare check. And I'd end up in a loony bin if I wasn't, if I was still around some of the people that were in my life before that couldn't see it and couldn't understand why I'm so activated about it. And it's because they didn't want to see that I had shit happen to me too as a kid, you know? They don't want to understand and look at the evil in my own freaking family. They don't want to see how fucking, oh, I'm going to get mad now. I don't want to get mad. I don't want to go on a whole thing. This isn't about me. It's about the kids. I'm an adult now, and it doesn't matter anymore. But that we can do something about the kids that are still in it, that have still got shit going on, that are still being treated like they're nuts because they're trying to speak out, that they're trying to get help, and then they get thrown in a friggin', like, no wonder they run away. It's like, no wonder. Their option is, well, I'm going to get drugged in the loony bin and be put in a Tupperware container and never be able to speak my truth and be my real self and deal with it. Or I'm just going to take off and never look back. I left home at like 14, 15. I couch surfed for a couple years. I got my first full-time job at like 16, got my own place, and I've not ever looked back because, like, fuck, I was ever depending on any other adult in my life ever again, because they all failed me. You know? So this is why I see this for what it is. This is why I see and understand Ali for what it is. This is why I take it so seriously. Because it's everywhere. It's everyone. It's in your hometown. It's in your backyard. It's your neighbor, you know? There's sick things happening behind doors where you would never think. People that are, it's like a picture perfect family. You think everything's nice on the outside. And really awful things can be happening to the kids on the other side of that door, you know? And, whew. Okay, yep, I'm gonna just cool off for a second here. I'm going on a whole big rant. But this is the point. I think you guys are getting it. I think it's happening. We're having a human connecting moment here. Everybody's feeling it, right? We're all feeling it. We're all feeling the passion and the power. 'Cause that's what you need. You gotta have fuel for the fire to be able to rise up and want to do something, you know? You kind of need to get a little fired up. That's it. That's exactly it, Mary. Yeah. like, oh, well, you're crazy. Oh, you just need to get over it. What trauma? What trauma? Oh, let me count the ways. Fuck. Anyways, sorry. It's not about me. It's not about any of that. I guess I wanted to let you know why I'm so passionate about this and why I take this so seriously. Because I know, and I know that a lot of you guys can relate, and maybe not to the same degree as Ali or me or anybody, whatever, but all childhood trauma counts, you know, and even like emotional violence, psychological warfare is abuse. That all counts. You don't need to be getting beat or being SA'd for it to count as child harm, you know. So I want you guys to know that too, that I understand and I see you guys. I know a lot of you guys are here for the same reasons, that we all got a bit of an understanding, and we all want to try to make a difference. We want to be the change that we want to see, you know. Yep. The haunted the computer, you children going missing, leaving pay. Yeah, well, there was that whole, like, satanic panic in the 80s or whatever, but what do you think was really going on? Yeah, and just families, narcissistic families, that causes some damage. You know, there's a lot of times that it was like, you'd almost rather get physically abused than some of the shit, you know? But that's just what it is. And this is why it's like you could either let it tear you down or you can use it as fuel for a fire inside for whatever your purpose is going to be. And not that everybody that's had something happen needs to go into this being their life purpose. You know, everybody's got something that sparks them, something that drives their passion. And, you know, everybody should have the right to pursue that, because that's the other side, is some people don't want to fit the mold, so to speak, and they're called crazy for that too, and they don't see the worth of that or the value of that. But we're all made for something, you know. We all have these different experiences for a reason that makes us and shapes us for who we are, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly. And we should have the right to pursue that without, you know, society trying to tell us there's something wrong with us or something weird about us, because our experiences shaped us to be different than the rest, you know. Because that's okay too. I would rather be different than everybody than the same as what's going on all around the world, you know. Yep. Or I scared some people away because I was going on a whole friggin' rant there. Or they rather watch the gossip and the bullshit too. I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't matter, as long as, you know, each and every day one person. Even if one person, and then you turn around and tell one person, you know, if out of this 200 some odd people, you each change the mind of one person and open their eyes and wake them up by sharing stuff around and telling them and talking about it, like, that's progress. And honestly too, like, it's not quite as bleak as it seemed for the last however long, you know, for decades. I think, like, this past year we've made more progress than, like, the last several combined. So it's happening. We're here. We're making things happen. We're making a difference. But we just gotta keep on keeping on. We gotta keep our eyes focused and, you know, not get distracted, not let all this other nonsense get in the way of what really matters, what really counts. Because the freaking children count. Look at that. Siblings went missing, and they'd still be kids right now. All 3 of them. Where are they going? Oh my god, 4 of them. Whole family of them. I gotta check this out. Let's look at the littlest one here. It's always the little ones that get me. I know, obviously, you know, there's no one more important than the other, but progressive abducted by Fernando and their mother may have traveled to Mexico. So I don't even want to think about what that freaking means. Or maybe the mother was escaping a situation and whoever was on the other side was somebody powerful. And, you know, I don't know. You never really know what's going on in that situation, but 4 kids, all 4 of them gone missing. And, like, it just... And if they're missing, and there's a report out there, how did they make it over the border? If they think they might be in Mexico, how did they get there? You know? Like, there's just so much to it that people don't want to see it. They don't want to think about it. If it's not happening to them or theirs, they don't worry about it, but yeah. Well, and that's it too, exactly, Christina. It could have been a thing where they're taking them back from a bad situation or taking them from a family member that's not good to them, but they couldn't prove it in court because they didn't have the money or whatever it is. Like, there's other different situations too, you know, or just custodial battles that, you know, we don't really know. We can't be the judge of that, you know. But it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's the plague. We want to talk about the freaking plague? Hunger strike by Temple of the Dog. Chester Bennington. Oh, I haven't heard of that, but I know that Chester Bennington and like Avicii and Chris Cornell were working on a project to try to bring awareness to this very same issue. And look what happened to them. You know, look what happened to Cappy. Look what happened to anybody that's like, and this is why people are scared, because they see people come out and talk about this, and like bad things happen to those people. So, it's just what it is, man. And you just gotta be careful. You know, I've got to be careful. Ali's got to be careful. People got to be careful, because it does invite a lot of bad things into your life too when you are trying to put your thumb on the jugular of these kind of issues. Oh, you're good, guys. Whatever you guys can do, whatever capacity, you know, and I know some of you guys got families and kids and stuff you got to worry about too, so I'm not expecting you to be here for the whole thing and the whole time, but whatever you can do to share it around, whatever, you know, whatever within your own capacity that you're able to do for the sake of the you know, the greater whole. As long as we're all moving in the same direction and everybody doing their little bit that they can, whatever they can. Well, luckily for me, I'm kind of a hermit, and I don't really, nobody knows where I live. I've, you know, been kind of separated myself this last year or so, really just focusing on doing what I gotta do to be able to position myself to come back to this full force, you know. And then the Diddy stuff started happening, and it was just the call to action once again, you know, because I kind of, after I was covering the Ruby Frankie stuff, like I kind of was coming out and predicting a lot about that before the evidence was really coming out and the body cams and all this stuff, and it didn't really bode well for me where I was going with all of that and what I was connecting that to. But that's a different story for another day. That doesn't matter for now. But yeah, we're here again. We're fighting the good fight once again, you know. Sometimes you gotta retreat for a bit and get you know, recharge and gather your bearings. Because, you know, it's almost like we're learning from those before us, you know, learning from when to know and see when you're getting too close to the sun, and when to know when to lay low for a while and move yourself around. And it's tricky business, man. But we're here. We're here. We're doing it. Powered by the numbers. That's right. That's right. Yeah, man, you guys know. I'm seeing a lot of the, like, you guys know. I'm not going to necessarily repeat everything that I'm seeing you guys chatting about. But you guys know. You sure do know. And that's amazing to see. Like, honestly, that's just so much more progress than what it's been for a really long time. And that's what we got to do. We just got to keep, like, you know, we got soldiers ahead of us that fallen down and lost, you know, or given up. And we just got to, you know, pick up their shield and keep on moving for them, you know, like new waves of people coming in and taking up the good cause. We can do it. We can do it, guys. This is the year, man. Like, we're the Great Awakening, and then we're going to have, like, the Great Progress, where everybody's going to start doing more things to try to make a difference. More people are getting on board and in tune. That sounds good, Expressions. Yeah, if you want to, in the Linktree link, there's a contact form, or if you want to hit me up on Twitter or in the Telegram group, the Eyes Wide Open group, you're able to DM me from there too. Yeah, like anybody that's got ideas and anybody that wants to, you know, has tips or anything that can help in any way, or other resources that can help. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna bring some of this other I got a couple more songs that I put together for us from how we had the tunes going yesterday, and I played a couple songs earlier, but I'm gonna send some of these newer ones over. And then I might take 5 again here for a minute and just cool down a little bit, because I get so fired up, you know. And I keep trying to quit smoking, but it's just never the right time. There's always some stress. So I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. But smoking's bad. Do not smoke. Never start. It's evil. It's the devil. Don't do it ever. But I was having some progress with that, and then yeah, it's just almost easier to just keep at it at this point than to be trying to, you know. But that's my issue. That's not your issue. Don't worry. Like, you know, don't make it your issue. Don't do it. It's not the answer. It almost just makes things more stressful at the end of it, you know. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That's where I'm gonna take 5. But just 1 second. I'm gonna try to download these fresh ones so you guys can hear some new ones, because you guys are liking the songs too, eh? They're turning out not bad. Like, I like that you can punch in exactly what you want, and they seem to be turning out pretty darn good. So just give me a second. I'm gonna bring these over to the folder here so that I can add them to our thing here, to our playlist. Hooey. Okay, but yeah, so I'm gonna just take a couple more minutes here, guys, and then we'll be back. And I don't know where you guys want to go. Maybe we can maybe watch some videos about some stuff with more info. Yeah, good for you, Peanut. I wish I keep getting so close. But what do they say? It takes like 7 times of trying to quit before you can successfully quit. Something like that. So, you know, I think I'm on like my fifth or sixth time here. Yeah, you guys smoke them if you got them. We're all having a break. Everybody have a smoke break. And I guess they're just not the same too. Like, they've been changing them, like the way that cigarette packs are and the way that they're all the junk is. So they're slowly but surely trying to wean us off them too, you know, which is good. But it's bad. It's bad for you. Never start. Don't do it. Try not to if you can avoid it. Alright, here's some tunes, guys. We'll do a little interlude. Yeah, if we got new folks roll through, let them know. Thank you, Angel Wings. You've been doing a great job. If you're still in here, I don't know. I haven't seen you. Oh, yep. No. Haven't seen you talk for a minute, so I don't know if you're still with us or not, or you're just keeping an eye. Oh, there you are. Yeah, a few minutes ago you're chatting. Here, I gotta close that now so that we're not getting those things coming up. I still had it from the thing. From the alley thing. But yeah, if you guys message me in there, I'll get to you when I can. And anybody that's been messaging in the Linktree link, I'll get back to you as soon as I can on that too. It's just this last few days kind of been crazy busy, so if I haven't gotten back to you just yet, or in the Twitter DMs, whichever, I will get to you when I can. Haven't seen Angel Wings in a minute. I think they're still. You still with us, Angel Wings? I think if you can keep an eye on the chat for us. I guess I can too, though, with my phone. I can kind of keep an eye too. But yeah, so just a couple minutes, guys. I'll be quick like money, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue.
Empty swings in a vacant park. Echoes whisper from the dark. Little footsteps left untread. Love is gone in words unsaid. Posters line the crowded streets. Faces that we'll never meet. Eyes that haunt entire dreams. Silent cries and muted screams. Where did you go, my gentle light? Lost in shadows of the night. Hearts are breaking, lost in time, missing souls that never chime. Memories linger, ghosts in tow. Fragile hearts feel every blow. Hope is fading in the dawn, waiting for the lost to come. Bind our hearts in aching prayer, shattered pieces everywhere. Bright and young, yet so alone. Bring them safely back to home. Where did you go, my gentle light? Lost in shadows of the night. Hearts are breaking, lost in time, missing souls that never chime.
In the lanes of forgotten dreams, voices echo in silent screams. Children lost in endless dreams, innocence torn at the seams. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Faces on posters fade, memories in secret betrayed. Hopes in dark alleys laid, unseen tears daily paid. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Can we find the light once more? Bring them back from distant shores. Heal the hearts that life tore. Open doors they've shut before. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. Where have the young dreams gone? Innocent shadows drawn. We wait for the light of dawn, but the silence lingers on. here. Tiny souls lost in shadows so deep. Tears they shed in a world that's asleep. Where did you go? Where can you be? In this dark world, can't you see? Whispered hopes in the cold, cruel air. We want to find you, bring you back here. Cold winds blow through empty streets. Their laughter echoes distant beats. Faces on walls, a constant plea. Eyes that haunt and beg to be free. Where did you go? Where can you be? In this dark world, can't you see? Whispered hopes in the cold, cruel air. We want to find you, bring you back here. Where did you go? Where can you be? In this dark world, can't you see? Whispered hopes in the cold, cruel air. We want to find you, bring you back here. Underneath the stars, they're calling out. Lost in the void with silent mouths. We can't ignore the shadows deep. A world in darkness where angels weep. Threads of hope and hands that fight, searching through the endless night. For every child in this darkened sky, light the path, let bravery fly. Winds blow through empty streets. Their laughter echoes distant beats. Faces on walls, a constant plea. Eyes that haunt and beg to be free. In the quiet of the night, they disappear. Silent cries no one chooses to hear. Tiny souls lost in shadows so deep. Tears they shed in a world that's asleep. Threads of hope and hands that fight, searching through the endless night. For every child in this darkened sky, light the path, let bravery fly. A world in darkness awaiting you back here. A world in darkness where angels weep. Threads of hope and hands that fight, searching through the endless night. For every child in this darkened sky, light the path, let bravery fly. A world in darkness where angels weep.
Whew. Alrighty, guys. I am back. And I think I know where we're going here next. I'm gonna just give me a couple seconds. I'm getting some stuff lined up, but I think it's perfect. The perfect thing to go to next. Pretty much just the tunnels being discovered where there was for sure trafficking happening. Kids being rescued, just things being revealed. There's a couple, here, I'm just going to put them all together. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Just seeing if there's any more I should add. Oh, look at that. Underground tunnels discovered under home after fire. How appropriate for this moment. I'm going to get 5 or 6 clips for us to check out here that are relating to the topic here. So just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, you guys like those songs, eh? I think we're going to do something with them once we're done this weekend. And like, I mean, I'm on this all the time anyway. It's kind of just my thing all the time, you know, but whether it's talking about the John Bonet thing or talking about, you know, kids in the industry going through their shit. It's been my year-long thing all the time anyway. So, as Ali wants us to just keep talking about it, we shall. But give me just a second here. But yeah, I'll do something with these songs that I'll put them all together or something into a video so you guys can check them out whenever you want. And then, I don't know, I guess, I think with this AI thing, I think you can monetize on it. I'm not sure, but, like, I think you're allowed with the songs, so maybe I do something, and then any proceeds that comes from that, we do something that goes towards a good cause. I don't know, I'll figure out something about it, but I never want you guys sending any money to anybody trying to do stuff like this. I want you guys to put your money where it belongs, you know. Okay, I think we got it set here. Just gotta bring it over to the other screen. But yeah, that could be good. I mean, if more people were doing stuff that was literally just all going back into the exact same thing all the time, going towards the same good cause, you know, can't hurt. They've already, no, not right now, but previously, it was like from 7 years ago, there was a fire that revealed a tunnel, so I mean, could be something that's coming soon that we don't know. I don't know, potentially, allegedly, who knows. No, it's not a recent one. No, it's not a recent one, but you'll see, it's, let me see, shoot, I've got them all lined up now, so it's gonna be tough to find the exact one. Oh, maybe it didn't finish downloading yet. Hold on. Yeah, maybe it didn't download yet. Hold on, let me line that one up too. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, it was, where was it? It doesn't say in the title. But it was from a few years ago that the fire had revealed the tunnel. So, I mean, there's maybe a good chance that some of these, if there are tunnels in California, that some of these fires might reveal some things. So don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me wrong there. I don't want you guys getting too ahead of the game here. Nope, that's not the one. There we go. And here we go. Okay, one sec. I just got to, I have to resize it because I had it set up for the thing with Ali's stream. So the sizing's a little off now. That's okay though. We'll figure it out. Hold on. Oh, come on, thing. Move it down. That's probably fine. We'll just stretch it out a little more. Okay. We don't need to dink around with it too much, as long as you get the main gist of it here. Let me add this little bit here. And we'll get rid of this here. Okay, here we go.
And then just to the right in these trees, just on the left side of this fence, that's where this thing is.
This is a prison cell. Only kids are being held down here.
And they brought me into the camp and showed me the underground bunker. It was basically a giant plastic container with a hole only small enough for a child to crawl in and out of. And it was angled in such a way, and it was buried underground, that a small child that was in there could not have gotten out on their own.
They're having them slide up.
There's a child's vanity and a hospital toilet. That looks like a child's car seat, strollers and children's toys and clothing
And just imagine how easy that would be to put together in anybody's backyard, anywhere, in the middle of nowhere. If you live out far enough away from neighbors and stuff. Like, this is the kind of thing that could literally exist anywhere. Just about, you know, like, this is some real shit right now, guys. So actually, I should maybe give you, like, this little warning thing here. I got a warning thing. Oh, maybe it's going to be underneath. Hold on. But just viewer discretion is advised, guys. This is going to be some real shit, and it's not pretty. None of it's nice. None of it's good. It's all not great, but it's the real shit. It's the real shit.
Food packets and stuff like that. So clearly children had been kept here.
All right, so with these straps.
But one thing that was really disturbing was there were arm restraints, wrist restraints on 2 trees angled like this to where friends of mine that are investigators that do a lot of stuff on the border say, Craig, that's a rape tree. That looks exactly like wrist restraints for a rape tree. It doesn't look like anything else. This is clearly a disturbing and wrongful thing going on. It's inhumane. It's shocking and upsetting to any decent adult.
Well, and the problem is, though, it's like, this is such a dangerous thing. 'Cause it's like if you were going to break into a trap house and try to rob a drug dealer, you know, if you're trying to take their supply. It's the same kind of danger, except almost more so, because it's such more of a high stakes, high money, you know, more value in it that way, right? So it's not that simple, unfortunately. Like, this is like some very organized crime syndicate type stuff in some cases. Like, in that case, it seems like it was a pretty small outfit, somebody in their yard and just some small thing. But yeah, Big Homie Cece's doing stuff for the sake of the kids. That's great to hear, man. Like, the more people that are fighting for it, like big and small, you know, we need people that can use their voices, and we need people that can go and make a difference and do the thing too, right? But it's not quite that simple, you know. It is so dangerous. It's you know, it's high risk stuff. That's exactly it. Yep. You just said it, Christina. Exactly.
I'm Deborah Alfarone. We start with breaking news today out of Bethesda, Maryland. Remember this home right here on Danbury Road where a deadly fire broke out in September? Okay, then we told you about mysterious underground tunnels and bunkers that firefighters found when they went inside. Well, now, only on 9, our Bruce Leshan broke the news that Montgomery County wants that house torn down, saying it's unsafe. There are a lot of twists and turns to this story and still so many more questions. Our Marcella Robertson is live right now at the home with...
Let me guess. Without further investigating, they're just going to tear it down? Like, I don't know where this goes. But yeah, trigger warning, guys, for sure. And I don't know where this is going, but it sounds to me, they're going to just, forget it. Don't worry about the tunnel. We're just going to tear it down. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Oh, for sure. At this point, it's almost $1 trillion a year. Yeah. Hundreds of billions. Like, if you took, look at what the porn industry earns. Like, the adult porn industry, how much it's earning. Now, times that by, 10. Yeah, I've got it at the bottom, too. The may contain mature subject matter, viewer discretion is advised. But, yeah, still, just everybody, this double warning. And thank you guys in the chat for covering that, for just in case. Just to make sure everybody knows, because this is some dark stuff. This is it. We're getting right into the nitty-gritty now.
Really, what's next at this point, Marcella?
Yeah, Deborah, well, this story seems to just get more and more bizarre as time goes on. It's been 4 months since there was a fire inside this home here. The crime scene tape is still up. There is still a dumpster here outside the home, but exactly what happened inside, that is still a mystery. And again, now the county says that it's unsafe and it needs to be torn down. Now, the owner of the home is a man named Daniel Beckwith. We have been unable to get in touch with him. He did make it out of this home okay, but another man inside did not. Askia Kafra died back in September when that fire broke out. Now the county recently sent out a letter to some neighbors saying the home was unsafe, filled with an extensive network of tunnels, chambers, and bunkers, both under the home and also digging out of the home. What is still such a mystery and so unclear is exactly what those tunnels were being used for. Apparently, Kafra, though, was working on those tunnels when that fire broke out. Now,
I wonder, what or where, why would they be having these tunnels? Like, what would they be using it for, you know?
There's also an extensive amount of hoarding and feces all over the home, according to that letter. The county says with all of those tunnels, the home itself is unstable, and so is part of the public street out here. Now, another important part of this story is that 4 months later, Kafra's family is still without answers. It is still unclear exactly what caused the fire and exactly unclear how he died. We'll have much more about this bizarre story coming up tonight at 11.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too, guys. Think about some of those sinkholes, like when the road just suddenly has a sinkhole and starts collapsing in places. Because you got to think, a lot of these tunnels, like maybe not with this house. It sounds like this was something somebody dug out in their own house, which just goes to show, you know, like it could be anywhere, anytime, any place. But the Prohibition era tunnels, like in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, you know, 1950s, were built. They're not all necessarily being taken care of or being maintained, right? So then we get all these sinkholes popping up all over the place, and like buildings collapsing in like New York and in Toronto and stuff like that. Why do you think that is? You know, it's not just that the building's getting old; it's whatever's underneath is getting old.
Thank you so much, Marcella. We are going to have a lot more updates on this, of course. Marcella's out there trying to get those answers for you right now.
Human trafficking is basically modern-day slavery, and it's happening in places you might not realize. I had the chance to talk with the FBI agent in charge for Nevada today about how to spot it and what to do when you see it.
This is going to shock you. Most human trafficking people are United States citizens.
Nevada's top FBI agent told me sex trafficking is all around us, and he needs us all to be eyes and ears to stop the growing problem.
You might be the person that spots something like that and have the opportunity to call the police, call the FBI, and report that suspicious activity that allows us to act and save a life.
It's hard to wrap your head around when you start to consider the numbers and how large it is and how prevalent it is and what is actually happening on a daily basis.
Keith McCoy is a citizen advocate for spotting human traffickers. He says the signs are subtle, but they're there.
There are signs that you can find. A lot of times it'll be someone who's...
I have one of the videos coming up is a map that shows... There's one that's one of the largest drug smuggling tunnels ever, but sure as shit, they're probably not just using it just for drugs. But there's, where is it? Another one, most sophisticated tunnel in U.S. history. Longest illegal underground. Like, there's a bunch of videos about it, but you don't hear about it. You know? Another one, discovered the Mexican border. Where's this other video? Maybe it didn't download in time. I might have to go back and grab it. There was one that said, you need to know where this... Did I not get that one in there? Oh, okay. One of the final clips is, you need to know where this map claiming to be human trafficking hotspots came from. So make of it what you will, but it's one of the videos I've got in here. And that's actually something I've kind of got my own little map going that I've been tracing and tracking certain large busts and like different communities that are based on whatever... I don't know how much which way to say this if I'm even allowed, but different groups that believe in marriages and multiple wives and it not being adults every time, you know. There's a ton of those communities that still exist, but it's like they have they kind of find legal loopholes in where they're located. It's like right on the border of 2 to 3 states or whatever, so it's like out of everyone's jurisdiction, and you know, nobody wants to have to deal with it. And like there's so much more to this, guys, that if we really wanted to dig into the nitty-gritty, we could go deep, we could go dark, but I think just, you know, little bits at a time and getting everybody on the same page is the start. We don't want to go full force either, you know. We want to keep it bite-sized pieces that a general audience can absorb, because if we're going too hard too fast, you know, like it can disrupt your psyche, you know. It's trauma just hearing about it, right? Which missing children website? It's there. I think there might be a little behind on the stream. That's okay though. But yeah, no, we're gonna touch on a bunch of stuff here, but it goes so much deeper. There's so much more to it. There's hubs all across everywhere that, you know, they can be hopping across, and it's like having truck stops or gas station stops almost, you know what I mean? Like, but they have places that they know are part of the same organization in such a way, you know, because it's not just people with things going on in their backyards or in the basin or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much going on, man. It's so bad. But we're up, like I said, we're waking up. People are paying attention, and that's what counts.
Who's dressed much differently than the person that they're with. Maybe it's a female who is a little more dressed up than the gentleman she's with.
So think about the restaurant industry, cleaning services, construction sites. All of them are potential locations for people that are being trafficked.
And Rouse told me, despite what you may think, Las Vegas is no more busy with human trafficking than any other American city.
So really, there's no difference between Las Vegas and other areas. This is not just a U.S. problem. This is an international problem. And we'll see human trafficking take place in all of the 50 states. All 56 field offices of the FBI are actively engaged in countering human trafficking.
Human traffickers prey on vulnerable young people, often online, and eventually use fear to keep them enslaved.
The majority of people who are trafficked are groomed into trafficking. They are young children who are runaways, who are maybe in disenfranchised homes. They're at-risk youth, and these people will go online. They will start conversations in chat rooms. They will empower these women to feel as if they're loved or they're cared for.
And again, men and women are equally victims of human trafficking, and in about half the cases, human trafficking feeds a growing illegal labor.
Oh, no, we're good. Like, the clips I've selected are good. We're not going to go too deep dark just now. We'll be good, but, yeah, apparently he's doing some tours. You know, I would rather support a creator, though, that's like an urban explorer that, you know, isn't already super famous. You know what I mean? Like, there's a Stringer Media is a good guy that does underground tunnel exploration. Another guy is Dancer 2, I think, something like that. But the world's oldest underground subway, like the biggest and oldest one, we can watch that after too if you guys want, because like I want to try to keep going for as long as I can here, of course. And this is just a few minutes of clips that's just kind of going to give you guys a little more information about like really how prevalent this is, how really right in your face it can be, and why, you know. And then yeah, as a break, like it's not necessarily right about trafficking, it's just about these tunnels, like a big underground tunnel that we can check out too. But I mean, even that, it's like they are bringing attention to it. So like, but people don't want to believe that the tunnels exist, but it's right in front of your face. They obviously exist. If Mr. Beast is also doing a deep dive tour of an underground city or whatever, you know, I don't know. Or if you guys want to, like, I guess we could do like a vote. But honestly, yeah, I would rather support and do a reaction to a smaller creator, I guess is all. Support the little guys.
Market.
Today, U.S. Border Patrol found the longest ever drug smuggling tunnel on the southwest border. We're taking a look in news and numbers. Tonight, it's 4,370 and 15. Agents say the tunnel, which starts in Mexico and ends in San Diego, stretches over 4,300 feet. The tunnel was discovered last August, and investigators say it's taken them months to map and explore the tunnel. The entire system, which is 70 feet below ground, is more than just a simple tunnel. It has a rail car system to speed up travel, plus forced air ventilation and a drainage system.
What is that? How does that sound familiar to somebody that's been trying to tell us about the tunnels? All that sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? It's got its own ways of transportation. It's got different air. The whole thing. Like, that's what Ellie's been talking about the whole freaking time. Have I heard of the Canadian YouTube creator Jeff Steed? No, I sure have not. I don't watch a lot of creators in general. It's just like if it has to do with some research I'm doing or anything to do with the overall effort, I come across different channels and different things, you know, interviews, whichever, for research. But there's not really any creators that I that I would watch on a regular, you know what I mean, that I keep up with or anything like that. So I don't know who that is. Do they do tunnel searching? Like, are they a small creator that's doing like urban exploration and looking at tunnels? Oh yeah, it's been a thing for a whole time. Like the one guy does. We probably can't watch it, but the one guy ended up getting a little spanking from the Bohemian Grove. He had snuck into the Bohemian Grove and had footage of the actual ceremony going on, and he was hiding, and he does a whole big tour basically. Actually, I think in the Eyes Wide Open group, there's one of the clips that's one of the clips I shared in there. But yeah, some of these guys, like, they're putting themselves at risk to go to show us the thing. It's not just for entertainment purposes, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where I would rather lean towards, but I don't know. Let me know though if that Canadian guy you're just saying, if he's kind of a littler guy, and he's doing the urban exploration, and the Jeff C guy, if he's doing tunnels and stuff, we can check that out too. Pretty much, like, this is a group project. We can decide whatever you guys want to do. We'll vote, you know.
Those fancy additions have become a trademark of smuggling tunnels along the border. Authorities have found 15 sophisticated tunnels on California's border with Mexico since 2006, with hallmarks including lighting, hydraulic lifts, and electric wiring.
Craziness, man. It's real though. It's real life. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that we might have to say that for another day, because that's some of the stuff they don't really want people talking about. They don't want people to really know about it. But that's a good suggestion for anyone who wants to check that out, like 100%. But maybe we save that for another day. We gotta kind of keep up with the Great Awakening, you know, and color within the lines so that we don't get, you know, we won't be good to nobody if we go too close to the sun, and you know what I mean? We just gotta be calculated a little bit. Yeah. Well, some people go there when it's off season, and they go on a little tour, and they capture that now, you know, like everybody's got a camera in their pocket, and people get a little ballsy. You know, it's shit. All the power to them. Like, I'm feeling like I'm already on, like, like flying kind of too close to the sun just with what I do, but to go right into the source, like right into the hornet's nest, it's pretty scary.
New images coming in late today of what authorities are now calling the longest underground tunnel ever discovered along the U.S.-Mexico border. You'll see it tonight, nearly a mile long, 70 feet down, with electricity, ventilation, even an elevator. So where did it lead? Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas tonight.
Tonight, you're looking inside the longest illegal underground tunnel ever discovered on the southern border.
And this is, I think, the same. It's like same report, or same tunnel, different report.
From Tijuana, Mexico to San Diego, nearly a mile long. Authorities suspect it's been used by cartels to smuggle tons of drugs into the U.S.
Yeah, did you see that? He wouldn't have... Yeah. Well, they did end up getting caught. One of his friends got caught, and he was still hiding in the bushes. A few people have tried, though. Like, you might be thinking a different video. I don't know. But he got, like, he did a whole full tour, and then he got to the edge of, like, a higher-up place, though. So he was, like, out of sight and out of the way. And he was able to record it from, like, kind of almost an aerial view. But he was saying his friend had got caught or whatever, and then the guy disappeared for a while, like, and the other video got taken down, and it was a whole freaking thing, man. Like, it's not, it's, you know, it's not for the weak, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta really have a strong constitution, gotta have big balls, and really not be, like, no fears whatsoever, and, like, you know, I think for me and the way I do stuff in my research, whatever, like, maybe that's probably as, you know, close to the thing as I'll get. You know, there is some locations and some stuff I do want to visit one day and check out myself and do some kind of documentary thing about, but I definitely know where my limits are, and I'm also from Canada too, right? So there's only so much, so close, and, you know, so far I can get with things. But yeah, he started doing really good stuff. He was really smart in the way that he branched talking about paranormal stuff into the whole conspiracy thing. Like, he had an audience, a big audience from TikTok and on YouTube with the paranormal, and then he flipped the script. Genius. Because, like, none of that stuff you'd be able to ever get that far before. You know, like, I've seen a lot of good channels go down for going too close, flying too close to the sun, going too close to the jugular, you know what I mean? And they just don't make it. But he was smart about the way that he went about it, and I guess he just had done enough of the haunted house paranormal thing, and then he realized how many kids that are no longer with us, that didn't make it to adulthood, you know, and so he kind of flipped the script and started going ham, revealing some stuff. But I honestly, there's some stuff he's posted, I'm like, oh man, rip this guy. Like, hopefully, like, but he's a big guy, and I feel like he's always got enough people around, and he's like smart about it in a different way, and we need more people like that too. Like, everybody counts. Everybody that's for the effort is super important, but I'm pretty impressed for how far he's been able to get with it. And but he was even saying, like, now he's trying to collect for the GoFundMe to work on his next thing, because, like, I guess he's getting some struggles a little bit as far as being able to monetize or whatever on that. I don't know, but yeah, man, no, he's been doing some good work on that stuff, and like some pretty serious deep dives. But I feel like with some of it too, like, he's only still scratching the surface in ways, like, but the closer he's getting, I'm like, oh geez, like, this guy's getting a little close to it, like, you know. I only watch things here and there. Like, I was researching like the Presidio thing, and I'm looking into the North Fox Island thing. Like, there's a bunch of these different groups that seem to connect back to the JonBenet thing in a big way. So I've been watching some stuff about it, and so yeah, I'm familiar with the guy, the Conspiracy Files, Paranormal Files guy. He's ballsy. He's going for it. But honestly, like, the more the merrier, you know. Like, they can't silence us all, so it's good. He's doing, you know, light work. He's a light warrior.
Anything they can to get their illicit products into the United States.
About 70 feet below ground, a highly sophisticated tunnel built with an elevator, rail system, ventilation, electrical cables, and panels. Likely a multi-million-dollar construction project by drug cartels which have the resources of Fortune 500 companies.
And then they're saying it's just for drugs, right? Like, they still don't want to tell you, because you think they're only using this for drugs? Like, you know, in my opinion, not saying, like, allegedly, I don't know, who knows for sure, but I'm thinking it's more than just drugs going down those tunnels. Let's be freaking real here.
Authorities suspect that the tunnel, 5.5 feet tall by 2 feet wide, has contributed to the epidemic of overdose deaths here at home.
The tunnel discovery is another drastic reminder of how serious the drug problem is.
Yeah, like, the people that you know straight up are taking a risk doing what they're doing, those are the ones we got to be watching. Like, Mr. Beast, it's a whole, like, we already know a bunch of his stuff is not, like, it's theater, you know what I mean? So I would be less likely to trust that, you know, the realism of that versus some of these guys that I know for sure are putting themselves at risk doing what they're doing, you know?
And how the cartels will take risks and expend endless amounts of money to get deadly drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamine into the United States.
Yeah, well, the same goes, though. If we're looking at it, like, if you think about it, you know, it's all the same stuff.
Incredible pictures tonight. Pierre, do we know who was running this operation?
David, a bit of a mystery. The investigation is ongoing. They have not made any arrests or seized any drugs, and it's unclear how recently this tunnel was in use, David.
All right, Pierre Thomas on the story tonight. Pierre, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube.
No, we're just another channel that mirrors their content and spreads it around in the way that they would like us to, so that it gets the word out in as many different places and whatever is possible. Like how she's always saying, like, make sure you guys are screen recording, post it around, spread the word. I'm just one of the people doing that. And then participating in the virtual march. She wanted everybody on their own platform, however, whatever they got going on, whether it's a big influencer, small influencer, whatever they got, she's wanted all of us to participate in this virtual march, and so that's what we're up to at the moment.
This is one of the most sophisticated tunnels we've seen in the United States, just because the material used to build it and the terrain that it had to traverse through, it makes it really special. This tunnel in particular had a wood pallet floor the whole way of the tunnel, and it had a rail system running through it as well.
have access into the United States, circumventing all local and federal authorities is invaluable to this. I mean, to these organizations, the ability to just move back and forth underground to commit their illegal activities, it's really hard to put a value to it. So the fact that we were able to stop it before it was completed is a big success.
Okay, it's I probably could have clipped some of these bits out, the end bits. Sorry, guys. I kind of slapped it together though for this moment. But here we go.
This is the innermost part of this compound, and it gives you a true sense of what these children had to endure. Some of them were living cramped up inside of this RV, and we now know that it looks like some of them may have been living inside of this tunnel. It is extremely confined down there. The property owner has allowed us to mount these cameras here so we can show you what these kids faced.
Tonight, exclusive video from inside the tunnel where children's clothes and toys were found 5 feet underground. A room believed to be dug inside by children with shelves for candles and lamps, bedding, and kids' books.
Like, and think about that. Like, look at that. The way that that tunnel is, it's so primitive. It's so simple. Anybody could do that. Anybody could go get a pickaxe and a shovel and dig a hole and then put a little shed on top, or like in this case they've got the trailer situation, whatever the heck is going on here. But like, think about how easy this is, you know, like this, and this is just small scale stuff. Like with the stuff that Ali talks about, it's obviously a lot more of a bigger organized thing, but with this, like, it could start at any level, you know. There's small, medium, large. It's same with like with drug dealers, you know. You've got the street level people, you've got the distributors, you got the people bringing it in, smuggling it in from out of the country, and so on and so forth, you know. Like, we gotta start understanding it as a whole and not just be thinking like that it's just kids getting snatched out of their backyard or whatever, you know. Yeah, you're dying over there. Phone's dying, Angel. You're doing a great job. I appreciate you guys. Both of you guys helping. You're doing a good job. I really it's good to have some help keeping things moderated in the chat there.
It's just one of the horrors that 11 children were forced to endure. No running water, babies as young as 1 year old living in the desert heat, squalor inside of a buried RV, bunk beds in a U-Haul still littered with bullets. The property owner incredulous over what investigators left behind.
There's birth certificates, there's copies of social security cards.
Around the compound, small reminders of a child's innocence. Sketches of hearts and flowers. But on the firing range, today, a disturbing discovery.
So this target right here looks like it was drawn by hand by a little child in blue marker. It's got a little girl's name on it, and then a shotgun blast to the chest and one to the head.
Oh, you're good, Lindsay. You're fine. Just wondering if I was gonna have more honest, straightforward coverage. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You got to think, like, once you get to a certain point, like, you're more complicit with a certain narrative, you know. Where if you're more on the low, like the smaller side of things, the lower end of things too, it's like it's same, I guess, you know. And same with creators. You got the little guys that are, you know, it's an uphill battle because they're not doing what sells, you know. And then the people that are doing what sells, obviously, like, but then you got to wonder where their loyalty lies, right?
Parents of the 11 kids, who authorities describe as Muslim extremists, in custody today as officials continue to investigate whether the kids were being trained to carry out school shootings. Those children now in foster care and under the protection of the state.
Gotti joins us now. Gotti, what happens to those children? Do they stay in foster care?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Lester. Right now, the state of New Mexico has filed a petition requesting that those kids are not given back to their family members yet. Instead, they want them to stay in foster care, stay under the protection of the state where they can get professional help.
And then 2 nights in a row, you have shocked us with the amount of apparent evidence that's sitting there. The crime scene now has been abandoned by authorities. Why so much evidence still on scene?
Yeah, we've asked investigators that same question. They've told us that they were abiding by what was prescribed by the search warrants. They also said they took things that were in plain sight. But I got to tell you, we've been here on this compound over the last few days, and we've seen all kinds of questionable things. This right here is a briefcase. It's got a cell phone in it right here. This is what looks like a police scanner. That's a lock-picking kit. So you got to wonder why a lot of this stuff wasn't taken. As for the FBI, we know that they were surveilling this compound before all of this happened. But at this point, we don't know their involvement in this case because they haven't commented.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button.
Okay, so then here's the map one. So the final clip here, and then yeah, if we want to watch the one of the underground tunnel things, we'll flip over to that, like the subway tunnel. It's a little more elaborate than some of these. These are kind of just things that people can throw together in the backyard. But it just goes to show, right? Like this isn't. It's not that hard. It's not, you know, any everyday people can throw this shit together if it's primitive and they're not really thinking about the well-being of the kids, you know. And if you're far enough away and you don't have neighbors or whatever, it's not that hard. And so why is it so hard to think that people that got a lot of money couldn't make something more elaborate, you know? And have it being underneath certain buildings and having it connecting to different things. Like, we've got people doing it like they're in the sandbox digging it out, you know what I mean? So who's to say that there isn't more, you know, more complex and more elaborate systems, you know? Oh, thank you guys. Oh, you're awesome. You guys are awesome. It's all of us together. It's not just me. It's you guys being part of it and being part of the discussion and having the open mind and, you know, being tuned in to just the possibilities of what's going on, what's been going on, you know what I mean? So it's not just me. It's all of us. All for one for all. That's it. You know, together we stand, divided we fall. Absolutely. Whether it's one or hundreds, each one is important. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Christina. Hey, you've been saying some stuff. You know your shit. You've been saying some good statements. Thank you for joining us and being part of this. All of you guys, though, you guys have all been part of the discussion. You've all been throwing in ideas and just sharing knowledge and just keeping the focus on the kids, and that's the main thing. That's all we've been asking. That's all we want. We just want to know, you know, that we're all taking it in and we're absorbing it and digesting it and learning some things here and there. You know, for those of us that maybe don't know so much about it just yet, we're all learning at a different pace. And right on, Christina. Thank you. And Winnie Marie too. You guys, like, I've noticed. There's been a handful of you that you guys get it. You guys really get it, and I'm so pleased to see it because I've been doing this thing for a long time, and really just to get to this point, it was, you know, I never thought I would see it. I really never thought we would get this far, and I'm just so, like, as obviously it's not great that, you know, that so much evil is in the world, but it's great that we're all getting to the point that we can see it, and it's so relieving because I've been going and spinning tires for a long time, and a lot of people thought I was nuts for some of the shit for a long time, but we're all getting it now, you know? It's a little more general audience, general mass, you know, becoming more mainstream in the more overall grand scheme of things. So I'm just glad that we can all be here now.
Check on the states where I think there's the worst drivers. I'm thinking here, 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 and definitely over here. Now, let's say I post that, right? And it happens to get 67,000 shares. My bet is that a lot of people would believe that this is actually fact and not my opinion. Why do I think that? Well, I want to show you. Take a look at this right here. It is a Facebook post that has more than 67,000 shares. It's a map that appears to be showing the human trafficking hotspots on the front page of a newspaper. The post has been making the rounds online everywhere. But I got to tell you, is this a real map of human trafficking?
Okay, hold Oh, shit. Yep, we did. God damn. Did you hear me read the bottom? I meant to, sorry. No, I was pausing it because I wanted to read to you the bottom and then what I thought about this. I guess you didn't hear, I didn't hit the unmute properly and I just started talking. Sorry, guys. So I'm going to read the fine print here for you. And then I'll continue where I left off, what I was saying. So this was a photo courtesy of Knox Community Hospital, but 100 staff members from Knox Community Hospital placed pins on a U.S. map recently in their attempt to identify the 5 states with the, well, not necessarily to identify the 5 states, I guess, but to identify the 5 states with the most human trafficking cases: California, Texas, Florida, Ohio, and New York. The map identification was part of KCH's first ever Patient Safety Awareness Week, held March 10th to 16th. So my figuring is that they had done some research and they've tracked down all these different cases of it. And it's not that they were trying to find the 5 most ones. Oh, is my stream bitrate being weird? Okay, no, maybe it's on my end. Hold on. So I don't think they were trying to find the 5 most. I think they just found that there's 5 states that seem to have the most cases, because it looks like they've got a pin in on like wherever something happened, you know, like it seems like, but it's not law enforcement searched, you know, it seems like it's community based, but these are hot spots. By tracking and tracing all of these different cases, they've been able to figure out the hot spots, you know, which I've done something kind of similar to this. I've started, like I was saying, with the map with pins in it and trying to figure out, they don't want us talking about this. No, just give it a minute. Just give it a minute, guys. I refreshed the... You hear me now? Okay. I did refresh the connection, but there is like a little bit of a delay, so it should be good now. Can you hear me now? I don't know what you heard last, but the point is, this is a community-based, it's not law enforcement, but the Knox Community Hospital staff members, 100 staff members got together. So this newspaper, or this news... like this news report, they're trying to say, oh well, we don't know how real or not this is, but it's gotten all these views and it's going viral, this map that appeared in the newspaper. And she's kind of, it sounds like this news lady is trying to debunk it a bit, but 100 staff, because you can't really read, I don't know if you guys can see it, what it says, what the caption is, but 100 staff members from a community hospital that likely are dealing with human trafficking victims all the time. They came together, 100 of them together, the staff of the hospital, and they started putting pins in the thing, in the map every time they heard about something. And it looks like there's some coding system, like there's a coding system, like there's different colors. But they started to track where all of these things were happening, and which revealed the hot spots, which were California, Texas, Florida, Ohio, and New York. So it's a travel hub, like I was just saying about how they have truck stops. So it's like hop, skip, and a jump, hop, skip, and a jump. You know, let's go one on the West Coast, one on the East Coast, one on all the covering the coastal lines, like Florida, and then across the coastline there, and then of course with New York being and like Michigan being between Canada and the U.S. It was like a main trade route, which really, if you looked back to our trade routes that, like, historically speaking, like the fur trade and whatever trade routes between Canada and the U.S. and all across back and forth and up and down, those trade routes, it's likely all very similar. And that's kind of the line that these tunnels would have built on, because it would have been like, okay, well, we're like villages and there's trappers and hunters and people that are whatever, selling whatever their wares, quilts, I don't friggin' know, you know, salt. They're the trade exports, the imports, exports. Like, look at where those places would be and where those trade routes would be and how that's evolved over time and what they would be used for now, right? And where these prohibition tunnels would have been built would have been based on those regular trade routes in such a way. Yeah, it's back. It should be back. It's saying excellent connection, so I'm figuring it's all good. It was just a little bit of a delay and it was being wonky for a second, but we're good. Not crazy. It was being wonky, though. It's like they're on to us. How dare they? No, it's okay, though. But do you know what I mean? Like, so they're kind of trying to debunk this map. But actually, I wonder if I can, here, I'll zoom in a little more for you guys. See how they've put little pins in? Like, all of those are based on something. It's not law enforcement. No, it's not official or whatever. Yeah. Oh, I was already on to you. I was already zooming before I saw you say it. That's so funny. I wonder how that looks on this side, though. Hold on. How am I going to move it a little bit? There we go. So, they're all little pins. They're all individual pins, right? So, you got, like I said, the coastlines you've got in between for U.S. and Canada. Like, this just makes sense. Along here's like the border with Mexico and stuff, right? Here, another coastline, but then just all over California, Nevada, Utah a little bit, right? But if you think about it, like tourism, the trade routes, like the natural trade route that we always had. Like if you look historically, like not a lot of people like history, and I get it. It's, you know, some of it's boring, but in order to understand our current and our future, we kind of need to have a bit of understanding of the history, you know? And if you think about trade routes, and then you compare with the Prohibition era, and with the Prohibition tunnels, and then all of that whole infrastructure exists, so then what do they use the Prohibition tunnels for? Right? Like bootleggers and smugglers. So, you know, I think this map is pretty legit, and no wonder it got so many shares. So the lady is saying, like, it got 67,000 shares, and it ended up on the news. And it kind of sounds, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know where the news lady's going with it just yet, but it sounds to me, she's like, well, I don't know if this is real. Well, if 100 people from a hospital got together and then just started mapping out every time that there was some arrest, or every time there was something discovered, or a trafficking ring busted, and started putting it on a map, like, and they're just literally trying to raise awareness, Patient Safety Awareness Week, Human Trafficking Awareness, you know, so it's just a civilian created thing, which we can all do that kind of thing. We could all start doing our own little projects, however we want to do it. And one day I'll show you guys my map. I've got kind of a crazy people map, and I eventually want to have like little sticky notes and some more strings and everything, so it makes a little more sense to you guys, because you wouldn't know what it was about just yet. But so far it's got just color-coded pins for certain things, so that I could figure out some hot spots and hubs of, like, you know, whatever. I'm not going to explain it too much because I don't know. It's still not, it's still in its infancy or whatever, but this kind of thing, like, anybody can do this, you know? Anybody can be paying attention and keeping track of stuff. Everybody's stuff's glitching out. Yeah, see, they don't want you to know. It's not just me, man. Things get wonky, man, when you're on the right track of stuff sometimes, and maybe it's just a coincidence in some cases, but other times it's just too on the money, you know what I mean? It's like when we were doing the missing kids search last night, and then it started showing 0 kids everywhere, like, and we were searching around and it was 0 kids, like, no, there's something wrong here, like, there's just no way. And then we went back, refreshed, came back, and the kids were there, right? So you get weird stuff happening sometimes, and then you start to get a little paranoid, like, is it because I'm getting too close to the information, or is it just a random tech thing, like, coincidentally? You know what I mean? And then, like I said before, like what I was saying yesterday, like, then people wonder why Allie's, like, laughing and crying sometimes, because some of the stuff is just, like, so unbelievable, like, that it's almost like the truth is stranger than fiction, right? But yeah, no, like, you literally can search tunnels under whatever city, like, search Prohibition era tunnels, and then search just tunnels in general. Like, you can search all this stuff. It's out there. And I would suggest DuckDuckGo, actually, probably at this point, versus the main Google search engine. Like, and maybe just as a second opinion, like, see what Google brings, and then see what other search engines bring. Just as a little experiment. Why not? Just for fun. But anyway, I'll see where this lady's going with this video, and then we'll check out one of these deep underground tunnel videos as well. Yeah, no, for sure, because it's just, yeah, exactly, Whitney, because it's just what's been reported, I guess. Like, they see it in the news or whatever, and then they started putting a push pin in it or whatever. But I believe that expressions. I believe it. And probably even more, because that's just literally ones that are getting reported, first off. Ones that are documented, secondly. Thirdly, ones that are not born in captivity. Like, let's think about how many kids are made within the trafficking system. You know what I mean? Let's just think about it, almost like a zoo. As horrible as that is to say, what happens to the kids that are born within it? When the kids are already missing, they're already gone, they start getting older, they start getting kids happening. Where do those kids go? They're not taking that kidnapped person to the hospital to give birth, you know what I mean? Yeah, Canada's got tunnels all over too, in Toronto and everywhere. They exist everywhere. Everywhere that had prohibition has tunnels and secret passageways in houses and secret hidey holes and like underground secret bars where people could meet up. They called them speakeasies, and they could meet up and keep the party going. What kind of partying they doing now? Right?
Rounds online everywhere. But I got to tell you, is this a real map of human trafficking hotspots? Well, let's verify. Our Verify researchers found the original article published by the Mount Vernon News in Ohio. The full title and the caption.
Is she for good or is she for evil? Do you guys want to take a guess? We can maybe just have a little fun with this for, it's not even funny. It's not fun at all. But do you think she's debunking it, or do you think she's saying that it's real? Like, that she's looking into it and is like, yeah, these people did this and it's a good thing. Or she's trying to get people to not believe the human trafficking awareness thing. What do you think? What do you think? Is she for it or is she against it? Take a wild guess. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Alyssa, yeah, 100%. Well, they were. You could go to the World Fairs and buy kids back in the day. Like, if you look up the Great Depression, people had, like, signs around their kid's neck, and they'd sit them out on the stoop and be like, kids for sale, because they couldn't afford to feed them anymore. And there were, like, child labor workhouses and stuff. Like, you ever see Oliver Twist? It's like a musical, and it's happy-go-lucky on the outside, but when you really watch and listen and see what's going on, like, that was some real shit. What do you think was happening to little girls? They showed you the little boys, and they showed you that grown woman that was stuck in with these, whatever the guy's name was, the bad guys, whatever, but they didn't show you little girls. What was going on with little girls back then? We know 10-year-old, 7, 6, 8, 10-year-old little boys were working in workhouses and labor camps and being sold to the whatever guy to be a slave, basically, to come and help in the funeral home or whatever it was for that story. And what do you think that's based on? Like, they made it a musical, and it's happy-go-lucky, but, like, let's talk about it. Oh, yeah, I seen something just the other day, actually, about that. I was reading about that, the Cabbage Patch Kids, and just all these orphans brought in, and, like, kids that maybe were... Oh, we're not going to go too deep on that, but I was just looking into that the other day, the Cabbage Patch Kids thing, and what that's actually based on, and it's not just little dolls that kids had when they were kids or whatever, right? But yeah, exactly, and then you look at the baby burlesques back in the day, spelled L-E-S-K. So then also keep a watch out for, I've noticed, people that use the word, like, words with kids and then kids care, like K-A-R-E. So, like, burlesque, instead of L-E-S-Q-U-E, it's L-E-S-K. The letter K, I feel like that swapping of the letter K with kids, and like, stuff that has to do with kids, kind of keep an eye out for that. Because I've noticed a lot of things that seem to be like a signal back in the day or something of how to let people know what's actually going on there. Because the burlesques, the baby burlesques, that's like literally kids after hours in these theaters doing cabaret shows, and that was normal back then. Like, that was totally okay back then. So then, did it ever end though? Maybe not in our face in the way that it was or whatever, but you got to look at the history of stuff to better understand why and how we are where we're at now. You know what I mean? Okay, so we'll see what she thinks. Is she going for it, or is she paid to debunk it and tell us it's not real? When it literally is just 100 hospital workers that just want to raise awareness about trafficking awareness, and literally probably just every time they heard it in the news, every time they saw something on TV, every time something happened, there was a bust or whatever, they put a pin in it. So it's a real research that somebody did. Maybe it's not like official by law enforcement, but I think that there's some truth to it. Like, there's got to be, because there's individual pins and it makes sense. Yeah,
Gives the story. staff at a local hospital tried to guess the top 5 states with the most human trafficking cases. So the map is of their best guess.
Nope, wrong. Wrong. They did all the pins, which determined the top 5. I don't think they were trying to guess, but nice try, lady. I hope it's worth the peanuts. Good job. Good job, lady.
Ironically, the hospital staff came pretty close to being accurate.
Oh, ironically enough, it ended up being accurate. They were just trying to take a wild guess. The mental gymnastics. Literally, the mental gymnastics. Like, don't believe it. It's not real. But actually, they were pretty on the money. That was actually a twist. What a roller coaster. I like that she came back with the ironically part, though. At least, you know, we're getting some truth to the matter. Oh,
Many
my
of them
Lord.
correctly identified California, Texas, Florida, New York, and Ohio as the states where there's the most trafficking cases reported. According to the data from the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Now, most of the cases were reported in California and not in Ohio.
Oh, for frig's sakes. I think my mute button is getting worn down, so it doesn't, like, when I hit it, it's not... Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm wearing it down. I've had this mic for a long time. Sorry, I'm going to bring up the next thing, though. Can you hear me now? I hope you can hear me now. I think it's on now. It's touchy, though, so sometimes I'm hitting it to unmute, but it's not counting. It's not catching. So sorry, guys. I'll wait for a second. You guys can hear me now, right? Oh, or no, it's my, oh no, my connection's good. Never mind, we're good. We're good now? Okay. Yeah, my mute button's a little iffy. I might need to get a new one soon. I don't know. I ride the shit till it's busted out, though, you know? But anyway, so this, North America's oldest subway tunnel. It's about 20 minutes. So I think we'll go there first, and then viewer's choice, whatever you guys want, wherever you guys want to go from there. Oh, why are you doing that to me? Why are you being so rude? There we go. So yeah, we'll check this out. It's kind of like a subway, but not, because it looks like there's like a mine cars shooting, like a minecart passageway here. Please be careful putting... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Be careful putting your kids into anything. Like, always just watch your kids. Always be there for your kids. Don't leave them with anybody. Don't trust anybody, really, at this point in time. 'Cause it could be your own family, man. Like, really. Like, that's the scary thing about it. That's the sad and scary thing about it. Because it could just literally be anyone. It could be the neighbor. It could be someone in your own family. It could be... Yeah. Yep. But anyway, so here, I'll bring this up. I gotta flip us over again. And bring this back around. For not having streamed for a long time, up until like yesterday and today, I think we're doing not too bad. And if the internet and the microphone will just work with us, then we'll be laughing. And I think we're making progress. I think a lot of people are finding out some things that they didn't know about, you know, and you guys are given some tips and hints of like some other things for me to look into, and like this has been a really great think tank. I think, you know, if nothing else, I think we definitely we're achieving something here this last couple days. She's gonna say it's not true. Yeah. Oh, you're still behind. Yeah. But did you her like that poor woman? Like, I feel bad for news people that kind of just have to go with whatever they're told, and even if it doesn't make sense to them, they have to try to make it make sense. Oh yeah, no, this is a gooder. This guy, I actually have to double check which one this guy is. Let me see. Hold on. I think this is the dancer guy. That's like serious. He's serious. America's oldest subway, oldest tunnel. I'll drop the link too for this one, like how we do with some of the other ones. This one's Dancer. This guy Dancer. He's still pretty small channel actually, to be honest, but he's got some good shit. He's got some good urban exploration stuff that I've used some of it like for research purposes. Oh man, they've got, oh yeah, maybe we'll go there next. Okay, yeah, the secret military tunnels. I don't know, maybe that'll be pushing it a little bit. But here you go, guys. Here's the link to the full original, but we will be like watching little bits and pieces. I'll pause, do some commentary, because I don't want to just like flat out play the whole thing. Yeah, for sure, Jesse. It's all part of the program, you know? Right on. Thank you, Winnie. Thank you, guys, everybody that's helping keep the chat safe and secure and on task here. 100%. 100%, Alyssa. Always keep the lines of communication open. 100,000%. But then especially like with little kids, just don't leave them with anybody, probably. You know? But for older kids, as they get older, definitely, you know, try to make them as aware as you can. Try to prepare them as best you can without totally traumatizing them, of course.
Okay, so for today's video, I'm actually in the oldest underground station
So, like, just with this alone, though, like, look at how much is already there to be used. Like, on all these different side passages and whatever. Like, there's some that are just already there. That how many people are using the existing infrastructure? You know what I mean?
Oh, this is cool. Yo.
And then you have to ask yourself, too, like, if these are abandoned tunnels that aren't really being used for anything, they're just there, why do they still have power running? You know? You gotta just ask some important questions sometimes.
Okay. Let's turn this on. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's my handy dandy light.
That is a serious light. Holy. If I ever do some urban exploration, I need to find out which kind of flashlight this guy uses, because that's intense.
Yeah, this is pretty deep. Oh.
Do you hear that? Is that just me, or do you hear that? It kind of sounds like a cart going down, but also it sounds a little spooky. It's kind of spooky. I know, right? I know. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, this is the kind of shit we need. We need people to do this, and we need to learn about this, and we need to see this stuff, but holy crap, would that not, like, that'd be so terrifying. And then do you hear it, like, in the distance? Like, holy crap, is someone coming down the mine cart? Like, what is going on? Or, like, is it crying? Like, it almost sounds like, oh my god, it's so scary.
Yeah, the metro's over there. But, oh, this is gonna be fun. I hope I don't.
That cart seems pretty new also, by the way.
Eat shit or fuck something up by using this, because that would suck. All right, let's sit down and enjoy the ride, folks. I don't know. Oh, Jesus.
Oh man, yeah, I would eat shit so hard. This freaking guy. Oh my god. Yeah, and then like you get like there's like rusty nails and shit. Like the danger is danger zone, but we need some people that are into doing this, like to find this stuff out and to go on this exploration. But my goodness, I would not. Nope. No, we're good. Thanks.
Maybe I can do this.
Okay, Lindsay, no problem. You've been awesome. You were filling in between us. And I don't know if Angel Wings is still with us. It's okay. It is a Saturday night, you know, and people got stuff to do and spend time with family. And the chat's not going too wild. I think, you know, we've got it pretty under control. We got everybody's pretty respectful, and I can keep an eye too. It's not going too crazy. So I appreciate you guys. You guys have been a big help. Or maybe, I don't know, if somebody else wants to volunteer, I don't know, that's been in here yesterday, today, that would like to take over for the moderating. But I think we're good. I think we're all right here now. Things are pretty under control. So you've done awesome. Both of you guys, Angel Wings, if you're still with us, you've been awesome, and I appreciate you. All you guys. But yeah. Even Winnie, I don't know, I've seen you've been in here long enough, and you've been good about it. You've been helping. Oh, there you are. Angel Wings is still here. Right on. You're just taking it in, I guess, eh? It's all good. Yeah, everybody's been being behaved. It's all good.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Lindsay, thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening. And if we don't catch you tomorrow, we'll catch you on the next time, hopefully. Right on, Zero. Yeah, thank you for offering. Honestly, I think we're good for now, but yeah, like if Angel Wings is gonna go, or if things do start picking up and getting a little nutty again, then I will absolutely take you up on that offer. But yeah, no, everybody's been good. We've got a good, solid, you know, everything's good right now. Everybody's good. All right, right on, Expression. Awesome. Yeah, no, definitely I'll keep these in mind. I think, you know, if things start to get crazier or during certain streams, it's always good to have the extra, but for sure for now, we're good. Yeah, definitely, Mad Duck. As long as I can manage to go for, I'm going to try to go for another couple hours if I can, and we're just learning all about the different things that contribute to the greater issue that is human trafficking, and we've been doing some investigating on some different tunnel systems, and this is one of the oldest tunnel systems in North America, and it seems like it's supposed to be abandoned, but definitely like there's still lights on. They've got the little cart going, so it's just kind of I don't know, it's an inquisition in a way, but without having to be there and on the rickety cart ourselves. Some military who are affiliated with other, yep. Yeah, well, like I was saying earlier, you know, there's always there's good, the good and the bad and the ugly in every organization, sect, religion, whichever, what have you. There's good people and bad people, and that's just the world we live in, unfortunately. But yeah, Mad Duck. Right on. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's actually a human trafficking awareness month, actually. But Allie wanted us, Allie Carter, I don't know if you've been following her story, she's wanted us to get on it for this weekend as much as we can and spreading it around and on whatever platform that everybody had and in their own way. And this is my way of doing it, my contribution. So glad to have you here. I appreciate that. If you're sharing it around, that's awesome. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, this is cool, but it's just not gonna work. I mean, maybe.
Well, and if he's a guy's like trying to record, and then if he's, I don't know if he's got the headlamp on or if he's like holding a flashlight and then trying to crank the thing and hold himself steady, that could be difficult. I can see that being really difficult and also a little bit dangerous.
No, it's just not gonna work. Very cool though. Definitely some more stuff is in here since the last time I was here.
See? So it's like kind of abandoned, but kind of not. If he's been there before and it's changed, some things are changed now. Creepy. I'm sorry to hear that, Shelby. It's so hard. You never really know people sometimes, you know, on the surface they can seem like one way, but then once they got you locked down, you know, things can change really quick, and it's awful. It can be really awful. And if there's kids involved too, that's, you know, I'm very sorry. Yeah, fair enough, Rose. Okay, 2 minutes. I know. Okay, I might actually I might have to take 5 here quick. Gotta deal with the little meeper over here, my little Dugas. So actually, and I gotta feed him too, the cat and stuff too. So actually, if you guys don't mind, yeah, I'm almost at 10. Yeah, 10 o'clock here. So yeah, actually, if you guys don't mind, like a couple minutes, if we could take 5, and then everybody can stretch their legs and you know, refill the beverage, use the facilities, whatever they got to do. I hear you. I know. 2 seconds. Just hold on. Yeah, she's crying now. She's like, "You're coming or not? What's going on?" Okay, so just give me 2 seconds, guys, or like 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to put some music on that's kind of relating to the theme of what we're doing. If you're just joining us and you haven't been part of it just yet, I'm going to play 2 or 3 songs that are, yeah, like I said, following the theme. And Angel Wings, I'm so happy you're still here. Thank you. If you don't mind holding the fort for just a moment. Yeah, coffee break time. Exactly. But yeah, she's getting antsy, so I gotta take care of her for a second. But then I'll be right back. Sounds good? All right.
In the shadows they wander alone. Tiny hearts in a world so cold. Voices call out from the dark unknown. Stories unfinished but so bold. Echoes whisper in the night, searching for a guiding light. Lost and unseen, out of sight. Hopes that vanish from our sight. Where have they gone? We must find little souls who fell behind. Dreams that fade away like time. In the silence, hear their chime. In the alleys, hushed and still. Empty laughter gives a chill. With each heartbeat there's a thrill. Yearning for a promise fulfilled. Lonely streets and can't be heard so clear. In the dark we hear their cries, echoed sadness in their eyes.
Silent streets where dreams have fled. Mothers weep for what's been said. Hope once bright, now fading fast. Memories turned to shadows cast. Bring them back from where they roam, lost in worlds so far from home. Evil lurks in shadows deep. Pray their souls we vow to keep. Whispered fears on moonlit nights, haunted eyes, no shining lights. Terrors hide behind closed doors. Knock, knock echoes in our course.
Hold their hands across the miles, through the pain and through the trials.
Light the way through darkened days. Lead them home to endless rays. Bring them back from where they roam, lost in worlds so far from home. Evil lurks in shadows deep. Pray their souls we vow to keep.
wind so cold, children's laughter echoes, stories left untold. Broken toys and whispered fears, fading hope through endless tears. Midnight moonlight can't heal their pain, silent cries in the pouring rain, paper boats on rivers of despair. Little hearts that need repair, little hearts that need repair. Save the children, save their souls, catch the pieces, make them whole. From the ashes, let them rise. See the world through innocent eyes.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump back in here. I guess you guys trying to figure out what's going on. We got some new folks jump in and they don't know what's going on here. Yeah, and I don't know why the music stopped. I put it on shuffle, but I guess it hit like the last song and then it thought it was just done. Thanks playlist. But yeah, no, sorry. I just needed to take care of the animals and some other stuff over here. But yeah, we're gonna be checking out some more videos that are pertaining to the overall awareness, the virtual march that Ali Carter has asked that everybody do this weekend. And honestly, it's like Human Trafficking Awareness Month. But this is kind of the thing I'm doing all the time. But whether it's, you know, with my Dark Hollywood series or with, you know, the other documentaries and stuff I do, it all comes back to something to do with kids, whether they're getting exploited or, you know, worse things happening to them. That's kind of my whole thing anyway. But yeah, no donations. Don't send any donations, guys. If you're wanting to donate to the cause, go find kids food programs is a really good place to start. Like locally, small community based for like the breakfast club, like and lunches, school lunches. A lot of kids going hungry every day. Like it's not even just the missing and exploited kids we got to worry about. So if you guys are wanting to donate any money, don't give it to anybody that's part of that Ali Carter's situation. Like if they're sharing Ali Carter videos or taking part in the virtual march, and if they're asking for money, don't give them money. Don't give anybody money. Take your money and go do something locally. It's the food bank. Even if they don't have school programs like that, go to the local food bank and donate your money there, or bring food or whatever, something like that, you know. Or even, you know, there's so many better things that you could be putting your money to, okay? So please make sure that you're not donating or paying memberships for anything, because Ali's information and all this stuff happening, like this is all public information. She gives it out for free. It's publicly accessible for the most part. Some of the lives you kind of got to wait and have it mirrored by someone else, but it's, yeah, no, don't donate. Don't donate. Give your money to a good cause near you that helps support children in your area. Please, and thank you. Let me catch up with you guys here. Thank you, Mad Duck. You're awesome. It's like you already been here forever. You're part of the squad now. Shelby, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear with your story. I really hope that the universe, you know, the power of the entire universe is helping and protecting, and yeah, that's a tough situation, you know. I just really hope and pray that that turns out in a good way for you, and that they're able to heal, and that you're able to heal from that, because obviously it's a really difficult situation. And thank you for sharing. Like I did say, yeah, it should say somewhere in the chat guidelines there that we are also holding space for anybody with a story that's related, their own childhood story or anything that's related. We're here for it, and we're holding space for you. But yeah, no, I'm not Ali or Shelly either. I guess that's something you guys get confused. Tesmos' channel is a separate thing. But she does ask that we record and share her stuff around, and just wants to get it out there as much as possible. So, but yeah, so let's jump back in. We got this tunnel video we're checking out right now. That's kind of supposed to be kind of like an abandoned tunnel, but it's definitely seems like somebody's been using it. And the guy that's doing the exploration, I guess he's been there before, and he's noticing some different things, like that people have been there since. So it's a little bit spooky. Yeah, just go lay down. It's okay. She's getting freaked out too. The dog knows. But yeah, so it's kind of spooky. This tunnel system he's checking out, but it's the largest underground tunnel system, or oldest and largest tunnel system, North America's oldest tunnel system. And actually, let me give you the link here, so that you guys, if you want to check out the full version, that you may do so. And actually, yeah, if you want to go and drop a like to the creator, to the guy doing the exploration, because he's some risky business, I feel like, what this guy's doing. A lot of the time, he goes deep, and he climbs some crazy things too. He's like balls to the wall urban explorer guy. So definitely drop him some likes. If you want to subscribe, great. If not, but definitely go drop him some likes if you're over there checking out the full version. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I thought about doing something like, I want to donate to something. I want to do something. And I was thinking about doing maybe like a box of shirts or something, and can send them out. I don't know, like, I wouldn't want to charge anybody any money for anything though, you know. So it's kind of tricky, because I think that people's money really just needs to go back towards something local, like make a difference locally. Like, that's where we all need to start. But if I was going to do something like that, t-shirts or something, like 100% of it would go towards whatever best option I could find, because honestly, with some of the bigger children's organizations, you can't really trust them, you know, or you don't know how much is actually making it to the kids, you know what I mean? Like, there's a whole corporate chain of command there, you know, so it's like 10% of it actually ends up making it towards the kids. So if you can take all your money and go buy some food and then go down to the food bank, or, you know, something like that. But I have thought about maybe doing some t-shirts, because people do want to, you know, and then them being like, where's the kids, like having the message on the t-shirts, like as part of the cause, and then all of the proceeds going towards the kids. But I would want to find one of like the best one possible, that it's like the most bang for your buck, and then being able to do, you know, find the right organization to send that money to, or, you know, I would want to do it the right way, because I feel like a lot of people exploit and take advantage, and then it's like you're no better than a trafficker, you know, at that point. So I definitely would want to do it in such a way that, you know, it's with the best interest of the kids in mind at the end of the day. Right on, Britannica. You've been hanging out with us the whole time. Awesome. You guys are awesome. And everybody that's like been hanging out all day, like yesterday and then all tonight, like, you guys are awesome. Like, just being here and learning and sharing information and discussing and just helping spread the awareness it's important. It's so important. So I really appreciate all you guys. I really do. But yeah, we'll jump back on and keep watching this video. It's about 20 minutes. We're only about 2-3 minutes in. And then it's going to be viewer's choice from there, I guess. Like, I have a few other ideas of stuff we can watch that's pertaining to the overall topic here. But we'll maybe do like a vote or whatever way you guys want to go, like a choose your own adventure kind of thing. But yeah. And then we'll probably do the same thing tomorrow. And then I might need to take a break for a day, because I've been on this like for a few days in a row, and I've been kind of getting behind. I want to get on this JonBenet video I've been working on in the part 2, and honestly, it on its own is a lot of information, and it connects a lot of dots for things that are deep, dark, and involving a lot of other situations, similar situations, not just JonBenet. But it does all connect in a way, so if you haven't checked that out yet, that's a good one to check out after this stream, if you're still up later and you want some more stuff to check out. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. We'll jump back in here. US here as well. Welcome, Ashley. Welcome, guys. I see a few new folks joining us. Appreciate yous. But yeah, no, like that's the thing, Kim, I agree. That's, it's kind of like with what was going on in North Carolina and the Hawaii situation. There's a lot of displaced kids, and who knows where they ended up. A lot of them get lost in the system. And actually, the thing in Hawaii, I believe it was like the fire chief or something ended up getting charged for having a hand in like 5,000 kids going missing or something to that effect. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I would do a little research. I would search it up and double check exactly the details, but it was something to that effect. So I think sometimes when there's these natural disasters, it's like the perfect opportunity for people to start snatching up kids or whatever, so, and under the guise of good, like, hey, just come on, get on the bus, we're going to safety, we're going to find your parents, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, no, the thing with the LA fires, I wonder, I feel like on one hand it's going to reveal some things, as they're digging through the rubble and whatever, things are going to be resurfacing. And like Ali was saying, how, they're going to be trying to get rid of evidence. And it's a messy situation, but there is going to be a lot of collateral damage, and all the animals, too, that are getting affected and displaced. Like, it's just all bad. It's all bad things. And it's sad. And it's really shitty to have to be just sitting here and there's literally nothing you can do about it. But best we can do really is raise an awareness and just kind of keep pressing forward here.
That's nasty.
Oh yeah, that is a good idea, Kim. That's one thing I think Ali was doing too, like just as it's like a therapeutic in a way, but then just leaving them around, like how people would decorate rocks like for fun, like kids do it. And it's for fun, and it's like a pet rock, and then you put it into the woods, or you put it somewhere like in the garden, and people can just take them or check them out. But to put messages on them, some other people suggested on banknotes, like with your currency, whatever it is, to write a little message on it, and that stuff circulates all over. Which it's all great ideas, it's better than nothing. We've done a lot of nothing for a long time, right? So, any ideas you guys can come up with in your local area. The missing kids link is in the description too, where you can go and you can search your local area. Sometimes it's a little iffy and it might not bring up search results. So just search maybe the bigger town near you, because I think sometimes it like kind of just counts it as from one big area. And then if it still says nothing and it's a big area, the site sometimes is just glitchy and you got to refresh. But yeah, start locally. Start doing just little things, or yeah, get your own t-shirt, buy a couple white t-shirts, $4 or $5 each at a dollar store, and then they've got like those fabric markers and pens. Make your own t-shirts that just have some message that everywhere you're going, it's on display, So it's up to you guys. Get creative if you want. Try to refresh the connection here. You think we're back? Okay, good. Yeah, and that too, like there's almost 200 some odd people in here. If each person's able to wake up one other person, it's all better than nothing. That's for damn sure. But anyway, yeah, I'll jump back. We'll get this video going. I'm gonna try to do like another hour, maybe. We'll see how long we can last here. It's been a long weekend, and it is getting a little late, but we'll try to keep going for as long as we can here. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Or stickers. Stickers is a great idea too. Go the old-fashioned route. Go print off some of the flyers off the missing kids website. Stick them up in high traffic areas in and around your town. Absolutely, Mad Duck. Like for sure. Or if you wanted to spend, the $15-20 and order your own custom-made T-shirt. There's tons of sites now, like Redbubble and what's the other one? I can't remember the other one. It's getting late. I'm a little tired. But there's sites that you can order your own custom. You can do your own custom stuff. So yeah, those are all excellent ideas. Love it. Love to hear it. Yeah, let me know though. It should be good now. It's saying it's a good connection now. It was being a little iffy, but I refreshed it, so it should be good. It's just, yeah, the delay. But let me know if you still can't hear. I'm going to play the video, and then just let me know.
You can literally hear people up there. It's welded shut, though.
I'm sorry, what? Can we go back? Can hear people up there, but it's welded shut. That's spooky. Like, and it could be just like, because I guess it's like below another subway system or adjacent to, so it could just be regular everyday people doing their thing, the subway. But I can hear people and it's welded shut. That's just terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying in so many ways.
Up there. It's welded shut, though.
But, like, people don't want to believe the tunnels exist, and they absolutely exist. Like, there's a whole pre-existing infrastructure that, whether it was built for that specifically or not, it exists, you know. And some of them, like, they're supposedly abandoned, but they're not, you know. They're obviously still being used, or, like, there's still power going to it, so what the heck is that about, right? Yeah, it's good now. We're good? Okay. Yeah, it goes a little wonky sometimes, and I have to just refresh the connection, but it still keeps us connected, which is good. Yeah, no, it was definitely my connection. Every once in a while it gets a little wonky and I have to refresh the connection, but luckily it still keeps the stream going. It just takes a second. But we should be good now. You can, like, fully hear people. That's creepy. I'm gonna try to, hold on, I'm gonna enhance the audio a bit here. That's freaking creepy, though. Like, you can hear voices. I'm gonna go back a bit, too, so make sure you guys can hear what I'm hearing. 1 sec. I'm just gonna try to do, like, a volume leveling and increase the volume so you can hear the little quieter parts a little better. But let me go back a little bit here.
No, it's just not going to work. Very cool, though. Definitely some more stuff is in here since the last time I was here. That's nasty.
Yeah, like, it is, like, it's subway adjacent or something, like, it's the unused part of an underground tunnel system, but he's like, I can hear people, it's coming up again, I went back enough, it's coming up again, he's like, I hear people, but it's welded shut, and I'm like, that's creepy. And then when he goes up to the fan, you can totally hear people, so it's like, is it the tunnel, like, is it the subway, is it just subway, or is it, like, what is going on there? Like, it's a little spooky.
You can literally hear people up there. It's welded shut, though.
Yeah, he even started moving a little quicker, too, though. Like, I think it kind of spooked him, too, you know? And then you can kind of hear, like, a subway in the distance a little bit, but the voices are creepy because they really shouldn't be down there. Like, I don't think it's that close enough to a platform type thing that he should be able to be hearing people just, like, talking amongst themselves, you know? Like, it's like a Oh, it's just creepy. But you'll see when he gets to the little fan thing again.
I can hear people in here. I wonder what's behind here.
Yeah, like it could literally be anything. It could be just like some maintenance guys. It could be, I don't know. It could be anything, but it's still kind of creepy, you know? Like what's going on over there? Why are there other people just, you know, having a little chit chat behind this weird, you know? It's just a little spooky.
I kind of want to see, but nah. There's just a bunch of trash. There's nothing back there. How long does it take for a dollar to decompose? It's a great question.
Okay, that's also pretty creepy. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh my goodness. I'd only used like a little portion of this for a video way back when, and I never fully just sat and watched this whole thing. So we're getting the first experience right here with you guys, and that's creepy. How long does it take a dollar to decompose? Like, what does that even mean? That's ominous as fuck.
How long does it take for a dollar to decompose?
Like, that's creepy. That is so creepy. Hey, techno hippie, yeah, you made it. Right on. Time to relax, eh? Yeah, this is creepy though. My goodness.
It's a great question. Yeah, so as I said, like I said earlier, this is actually the oldest underground in the United States. It might even be in North America. I'll have to double check on that. I'll try and not get lost, so turn right at the ladder to get back.
Yeah, the title is Oldest in North America, so I'm guessing like he had confirmed, and it's North America's oldest subway system. So it would be adjacent probably to the still being used systems, so could just be the voice, like I said, the voice being maintenance, doing something on the other side there, but I mean, you never know, and it's still pretty creepy, you know? The context of this clip, well, a lot of people don't believe that there's underground tunnels that could be used for nefarious purposes, but there's all kinds of abandoned tunnels from Prohibition era and just old subway systems, and yeah, it's just proving like that. I think a lot of people have been denying the existence of an underground tunnel system. They don't want to believe it, or they just don't think it's possible. But there's absolutely tunnels everywhere, so we're just having a look-see here with this tunnel. It's about a 15-20 minute long video, and so we're just kind of reviewing that together. It's just anything that's relevant to the overall missing and exploited children effort. We're doing the virtual march this weekend. So just anything that has to do with it, and we've been doing the tunnels here, investigating some other stuff, and just like kind of went into some more nitty-gritty stuff a little earlier, but so we kind of decided to take a little bit of a break from the dark, because we'd found a few videos that were showing underground tunnel systems built under people's houses out in the desert, where it was kind of like a primitive, haphazard, but lots of evidence that children had been held there. And just showing that how possible it is, how easy it is, that if you got a shovel and a pickaxe and you wanted to dig a tunnel and put a shed over it or something, you know, it's totally possible. It's totally doable, and those things do exist, and sometimes children are held there, and it's fucked up, but this the world we live in, and it's about the awareness, raising awareness of what's possible and what's going on in the world with regards to that.
That sounds about right.
Well, and the clip is really quiet. Like, he's in a tunnel talking, so the audio for it isn't great. I try to turn it up as best I can, but the connection's excellent, so it should be good. If you're having an issue on your end, maybe try just refreshing. But it is a quiet clip. He is, you know, and then there's the echo or whatever too. So I tried to crank it up a little bit more, so you guys can hear better. But it's still, he's kind of like talking under his breath to himself, sort of thing. So sometimes what he's saying is really quiet. But the whole idea is just to see what's possible and what exists, right?
I was going to say those might be my footprints from last time, but they do not match. So yeah, people definitely do come down here, just not very often. And the reason I didn't show how I got in here, or where exactly it is because that would just blow up the spot. Yeah, lots of footprints here.
Like, that's the thing too, like a lot of these exist and people could be using it, like whether or not it was originally built for nefarious purposes, people could easily be going down there and using it for nefarious purposes, you know what I mean? And obviously, like he was saying, he's been there before and he noticed evidence of other people having been there and left things behind, and there was voices, he could hear some voices coming through the grate or the fan system or whatever, and it's possible that it's because there's this other subway systems adjacent to the no longer used subway system, but it's still kind of like, you know, I mean, could be a maintenance guys, could be whatever, but it's still kind of like, and at one part he's like, oh, I can hear voices, but it's welded shut, and then he kind of just started moving a little quicker, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's creeped out right now too, like we're all spooked.
Already.
Yeah, it's like no longer used. It's basically abandoned, but there's still power down there. There's, you know, other activity that he's noticing. There's markers also, like you could see they've spray painted with the orange paint. So it's almost like for directions for somebody, maybe, you know. It's just creepy. Keep asking and nobody will acknowledge it. What are you asking? If you want to respond, answer my question. What are you asking? Hold on. I know you're talking to me, I was saying I'm new to this, I was saying something felt necessary, which I'm allowed to, I don't know what you're talking about. Has there been parents speaking about missing children? I don't know, man. Like, there's missing children all over the world, like millions every year. The whole idea is just, like, start checking out your own local area. There's the missing kids link in the description where you can go and search for yourself. The whole idea is, like, everybody just needs to be more aware and start doing more, you know, whether it's spreading awareness or doing something, doing anything. We all just need to do something. Nobody, you know, we've been doing not enough for a very long time. And because people just didn't want to believe, you know, they don't want to think that this is a thing, and it's because it's horrifying, you know, it's incomprehensible, but that doesn't mean it's not happening, right? So we're just raising awareness and trying to figure out, you know, the other possibilities, how it's possible even that hundreds of billions of dollars a year industry built on the backs of children is able to happen hidden in plain sight right under our noses, you know. And one of the main things is the tunnel system. Like, where else would they be disappearing into thin air, you know, with a mass surveillance society where How are they still disappearing into thin air, you know? And then a lot of them, they're in the system, they're lost in the system, or they're runaways, or, you know, the parents aren't looking for them. They don't care, you know, because a lot of people got shitty friggin' parents that just don't give a shit. And that's the kids that are the most vulnerable. And that doesn't mean those kids don't matter. That's the main thing, right?
What are we thinking? Right or left? I have been liking going left. I'll try left just because there's tracks. There's no train tracks over there. And yeah, you guys see this right here? This thing right here is called the third rail. And it's usually... Oh, my flashlight's getting hot. I'm gonna have to tone it down. It's usually electrified. It's live on the active tracks. But obviously the abandoned, it's not. So you don't need to worry about dying due to electricity.
That's still creepy, though. I would still not want to touch it. But that's the thing, too, is, like, there's been people speaking about the tunnels, and a lot of people don't believe they exist, and the whole thing is, like, but why? Like, how is that possible? But, one of the things is, like, with these tunnels, even if some people that are in the tunnel and have been captured or kidnapped, and they're in the tunnel and they want to escape, sometimes you're getting yourself deeper in the tunnel because it's so hard to find your way out. Like, you can see already, he's like, okay, wait, I gotta keep track of where I'm going, and like, I'm gonna stay to the left, and he's been following the track, right? Because look how easy it would be to get lost down there too, right? So some people know the tunnels in and out, but not everybody does. So if you're bringing people down there and keeping them somewhere, and they try to escape, what's the likelihood of them ever finding their way back up to the surface? You know, and that's one thing Allie talks about in one of her videos about the tunnels and how something happened and everybody kind of panicked and was running. It was like there was a gunshot or something collapsed in the tunnel, and there was some ruckus happening, and they just left the kids there in this one room, and her and this other girl were trying to get out of there, but the more they were trying to get out, the more they were getting deeper into the tunnel system, it seemed, and people are like, that's all crazy. What are y'all talking about? That doesn't exist. No. Well, guess what? Pretty sure if you went down here in this tunnel and you weren't keeping track and you didn't know the system, you'd never been down there before, you could very easily get lost down there. They could very easily take somebody down there and do bad things to them, lock them up in one of the little side rooms. You know, all of it is possible. It's possible. Whether you want to believe it or not, there are certain factual things happening that make it all very possible, right? That's the point. That's the point we're making. Just want to know if parents have been speaking about missing kids. Yeah, like over the years, tons of parents have talked about missing kids. Of course. Yes, sometimes people are looking for their kids. Yes, of course. Like, what are you asking? What even are you asking right now? I feel like you're just trying to distract from the main point here. Yes, sometimes parents are talking about and want to get their kids back and they go on the news. Sometimes they don't. I don't know what you're asking. I really am confused now of what you're even trying to ask. Like, I just don't understand what you're asking. Yes, obviously, parents go and speak out about their missing kids sometimes, but a lot of missing kids are not kids that have parents that give a shit. A lot of kids have parents that are like, what are you even asking right now? I don't know what you're trying to ask right now. Like, am I going to show interviews of people talking about their missing kids? Like, I don't know what you're trying to find out. I don't know what you're asking. I'm confused.
But on live tracks, that's a different story.
Hey, Christian. Haven't seen you around in a while. How you doing, buddy?
You will die if you touch that. Oh, yeah. There's a big dick right there.
I just answered your question that yes, like, obviously, sometimes missing kids have parents that will talk about it. Sometimes they don't. Like, I don't understand the question being asked right now. Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. It seems like that's like that's a question that doesn't even need to be asked. I think it's an obvious answer, and I think you're just distracting from the point here. You're just distracting. Maybe slow down on the line.
That's great.
Like, search parents of missing blank and then search it. I don't know. Like, I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what you're asking me. Like, are you asking if we're going to show parents of missing kids talking? Or, like, are you looking for missing kids stories? Or I'm just not understanding what you're asking us. It seems like a very obvious thing. It seems very obvious that, yes, obviously, like, yeah, I'm just, yeah, moving on.
Yeah, it doesn't even go that far.
Like, it just depends, man. That's why you look in your local area, like, and find out. Go look up the missing kids, and then if you can't find a news report or anything to do with it, like, start printing off flyers. Like, I don't know what you're asking. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just tired and frustrated of repeating certain things. I just don't know what you're asking. Like, some things you have to go looking for because they're not going to put it in your face because they don't want you to understand or know that there is as many missing kids as there are, you know? So some things you got to go looking for it. And I just, yeah, I don't know. That's what Google's for, probably, usually.
Yeah, this is nasty down here. It says snow.
Like, yeah. There are sometimes, but sometimes not, because a lot of the missing kids, like, predators are going to target kids that don't have parents that are going to look for them, obviously, because you got to think it's a crime. It's a crime. So probably most often they're choosing and exploiting kids that are already on the streets. They're exploiting kids that are runaways. They're exploiting kids in foster care. And a lot of the time they're like, oh yeah, it's just a runaway, and they don't look for them. So that's why we're raising awareness about it, because there's not always, you know, there's not always people looking for these kids, but there's millions of them going missing every single year, and that's what we're raising awareness about.
Whatever you call it, a snow scooper, or whatever. Oh shit. Oh, nasty, dude.
Hey, Drea, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while either. Yeah, no, it's like a bot. Yeah, they're just trying to cause problems. Because it seems pretty obvious, I think, to everybody. Like, oh. But yeah, good to see you. It's been a minute since I've seen you around in here. But I haven't done live streams in a long time either. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you called it. You know, Drea. But it's good to see you. I hope everything's all good with you and yours. Hope you're having a good New Year and good weekend so far.
Wow.
Okay, that's creepy. So creepy. Like, it could just be kind of like graffiti type art, like in that other one that was like, how long does it take for a dollar to decompose or whatever. It's almost like, you know, is it just something kind of edgy, artsy, whatever, or like, I don't know, like, obviously some of it seems just like just regular graffiti, but that's a little creepy. Like, some of it seems like it's like a kid's art or something a kid would say, you know. Oh Lord. You know, it's the truth is in the soil. Yeah, where was that? Hold on, let me go back a little bit more here. Shit, I might have gone a little far. Hold on, I'll play through again.
Wow.
Where did it say that? I know it said that the truth is in the soil. Where was it? Hold on, it was over a bit. Yeah, and then you got, like, I eat ass, so, like, it's, like, it's graffiti,
Yeah,
obviously,
that's
too,
so
but...
gross, man. You know, all kinds of, graffiti down here.
But, yeah, the truth is in the soil. That's creepy. That's creepy.
hell no. That's kind of cool. I don't know why you'd put that in the Boston Metro, though. They call it Death Star. Melbourne, Australia. It does look pretty cool. That shadow is wicked.
Oh yeah, it was right under the smiley. I don't know. It's farther away from where you're, like, it's farther away from me than it is for you. And like how big it is, I can only see so much. But it caught my eye. Oh, duh, right there. The truth is in the soil. Yep. Yep. He was kind of moving quick, and I'm getting tired, but yeah. And then the crying smiley face. Yep. Yep. It's all creepy. It's all creepy. Something ominous happening there. Oh yeah, and then because the light, it like eats it, it drains it out. Okay, yep. Yep, it definitely said it. We saw it, you saw it, we all saw it.
Wicked. Yeah, we'll go back out. Oh, does it keep going underground? Holy crap. This might be a long night. Looks like this is the Paris Metro. That's pretty cool. Looks like they got some chick with a ski mask on. You know, I'm pleasantly surprised there's not like big rats or raccoons or something in here. That is very surprising.
Yeah, the Wayfair thing, like, come on, be so for real, right? Like, and then the names matching missing kids, like, come on, creepy. Yeah, it could be urine, could be like some sewage leaking, who knows down there, man. Like, it's a not very well maintained, abandoned area, so who knows, I don't know. It's all creepy, obviously.
I can feel and smell the fresh air. Looks like it's welded or locked. So, looks like you could exit here. But this is an emergency situation. I think it'd probably set off an alarm. So I'm not gonna try it.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder if maybe they were trying to tell us something with that. Christina. Yeah, I don't know. They're just like they're posters that somebody brought and put down there, which it's like, why though? Why would you put the Boston Metro and the Paris Metro posters down in this abandoned subway station type area? Like, definitely I have questions, for sure. Like, why? But why though?
Oh, that's...
Which site, ICU? I missed it. I totally missed it.
That's fucking crazy.
I'm honestly not sure. It's just literally the North America's oldest subway tunnel. And he won't really tell us where certain things are because he's like, I guess he's trying to preserve some of these areas. Like, doesn't want people to just like a bunch of people to go and then fully destroy it. Because obviously people go down there and they're defacing it and whatever. But it's not quite touched. Like, otherwise there'd probably be more homeless people and more things going on down there than there is. So, like, a lot of urban explorers, they won't tell you what the location is to try to preserve, you know, the historical factor of it. But there's tunnels all over, right? Like there's tunnels, there's old abandoned tunnels, there's prohibition tunnels, there's man-made, like people that have added in and built tunnels onto other existing tunnels. But yeah, like it's just a lot of people don't believe that that even exists, but we know that it does factually, you know. So with the whole Ally Carter thing, there's a lot of stuff people don't want to believe what she says, and whether you want to believe her whole story or not, you don't have to. But here, let's take a little tour about what things we factually know do exist that pertain to the potential of being used with, you know, for nefarious purposes, for bringing people, if you're trying to take people and kidnap people, and how you were able to take so many kids off the street or wherever, millions of kids going missing every year and disappearing into thin air. One of the potential possibilities is that the tunnel systems are being used for that. Same as like with Prohibition era, the tunnels were used to smuggle, like the bootleggers smuggled alcohol to places that it was illegal, right? Same, you know? And we see how well the war on drugs and all that worked, right? So probably also it applies to children, right?
Sour Patch Kids. Looks like they really don't want anybody going through here.
I'll drop the link again, so if you guys want to go through it yourself and do screenshots to make a post, and just show this guy some love, because he's doing a pretty dangerous tour all the time. He does all kinds of different cool stuff. So here, I'm going to drop the link, so if you guys want to check out the full version and you want to go through and, yeah, and you want to take some screenshots or share it, whatever you want to do, that's the full original right there.
What the fuck is that?
Looks like something that people might add to help decompose a body quicker. Like, doesn't that look a little bit, isn't that like what the color of like lye? And doesn't it like, maybe not, I don't know. I don't know enough scientifically about that, but it looks like could be a spot that somebody was buried and they filled it in with chemicals to help it decompose faster. Could be, maybe, I don't know. We're just speculating here. Oh, definitely, Cindy. 100%. That's it. Like, they could be anywhere, everywhere. Who knows, right? Who knows how far-reaching it really is.
Oh, hell nah. What the fuck? What's in here? Yeah, man.
Yeah, like that looks like they brought some things down and just purposely to block off this thing and just prevent people from going down it, for sure. But then what was in those cans? What is with those cans? They are a little weird. Like, they're hard to decide what the heck those are. They don't look like anything I've ever seen. But are those lye cans? Like cans that would have had the chemicals in it? I don't know. Either way, it's a little creepy. It's like, because it looks like somebody's purposely stacked them to try to deter anybody from going down that way. You know, because people want to take over parts of a tunnel and they want to, you know, call it their own or whatever. Yeah, acid lye, sort of caustic substance. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, for sure. And then maybe that's what it was in these cans. I don't know. And then they just start stacking them up because they don't want people to come through from the other side. I don't know. But there were those posters that it's like somebody was trying to, I don't know, spruce the place up a bit, which is creepy. And then that the truth is in the soil. And how long does it take $1 to decompose? Yeah, like there is some creepy stuff that if you guys wanted to go back through and screenshot, I don't blame you. It's messy. It's a messy situation, but 100%, it's like, yeah. It seems neatly stacked up on purpose rather than just you know, disposed of. Like if they were just dumping it and throwing it or whatever was happening, it's definitely, yeah.
It's like somebody was curious. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's just these barrels for pretty long ways. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's right too. Like Elon's doing a tunnel, and then Mark Zuckerberg was talking about his tunnel, and then people were asking him questions, and he was like, "Oh no, yeah, it's not a bunker. It's not an apocalypse bunker. It's just like a tunnel. Like a tunnel for what then? Because you would assume, okay, you got an underground tunnel bunker, like for in case of apocalypse, in case of emergency, like a fallout shelter type thing. No, it's not. It's not a bunker. Like, so what is it? What is it for? Like, what are you talking about? You know?"
That'll do it.
No, exactly, Cindy. Some people just don't. They just don't want to believe, or they believe it, but they don't want to believe that it could have nefarious purposes, you know? Some people it's just like the eyes wide shut thing, right? Like, people can see it, but they don't want to see it, you know? They're blind to it because they just don't want to think about it. Or, you know, maybe a lot of people just got a bit of a dissociative identity, like, or not identity disorder, but a bit of a dissociative detachment type thing where they've got some trauma and it's like their brain just won't let them go there because they're not ready to think about things maybe that had happened to them. You know, you never know. I don't want to think that just people are completely on purpose ignorant to the situation, but like there's enough of the evidence around, and if you do searching and you know history too, like the deep underground bases, the tunnel systems, the underground railroad, 100%, like we know all that stuff exists. So, you know, why would we be so quick to discredit somebody that's, you know? Well, and you're confused. We're literally just talking about tunnels, but so glad that we've still got some weirdos coming through. It doesn't matter if you believe Ali's story or not. This isn't even about Ali's story anymore. This is just about how hundreds of billions of dollars a year industry built on the backs of children is able to operate and exist right under our noses. We're learning some things here, and if you got a problem with that, you can see your way out and go to one of the channels that is deciding to bash the people that are trying to spread awareness about missing and exploited children, because that's not the sickest thing I've ever seen and heard. Not at all. Because it doesn't matter whether you believe their story or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. The whole overall message is still the same, hasn't changed, and the only people that are like I honestly, actually, we're just gonna move on. I'm not even gonna address it. We're just moving on.
Oh, hell. Looks like they are.
Knowledge is power. Every drop in the ocean of influence counts. And so if you don't want to learn a thing or two or be part of this journey of awareness and talking about this topic, here we go. Somebody must have finished their stream. So they're sending over their flying monkeys to throw a wrench in the situation, because there's a lot of people running like full time, spending like full-time hours, like 50 hours this week, trying to bash the people that suggested we do a virtual march for the missing and exploited children. And they're going like totally ham to bash it, because they are revealing some things that connect not only to the Diddy thing, but so much more. So much more. You know about human trafficking. That's cool. That's cool that you know it. You're not every single person in the world. Guess what? Some people don't know. Some people would like to discuss it, and just the fact that we're having a virtual march. What do you think a virtual march is? It's the same as if we did a sit-in. Go away. All of you could go away. If you're over here from Tweedledee and Tweedledum, we don't care. We don't care what you have to say. You can come in here and try to throw it off. We'll just remove you. Bye. Raising awareness, because not everybody knows. Not everybody understands.
Claiming
I wish, like, if only these people that are spending all this time trying to, like, just put distractions and, like, run the smear campaign and just, like, be oppositional, if they put that same energy into raising awareness or doing something to do with the kids, maybe we'd get somewhere. But people rather, like, jump on the trendy gossip train of running a smear campaign because, whatever, they want to pick apart this Ally Carter's person's whole story and, like, get lost in like caught up on all these little details that don't actually matter, because the overall message is like, how about we bring our attention to the millions of children going missing every year? How about we all put our heads together and we start focusing on it, and we just focus on the children, right? Like, is it hard? Is it hard? It'd be so weird. It'd be so weird if we all just, you know, actually focused on something that mattered, all of us at once. All of that energy, that 50 hours of energy spent trying to bash someone, trying to spread awareness about missing kids. Maybe, just maybe, we could put that energy and effort, like, and then all those flying monkeys too that are participating in it and like, I'm jumping on the bandwagon, ha ha ha, boy, so cool. Like, if all those people just actually put effort into something that mattered, maybe just even in their life, it doesn't even have to be about the kids, maybe they could just put effort into something that matters, then maybe they wouldn't have so much time to sit around bashing people and causing harassment and abuse on the internet. Imagine that. Imagine if people just did something useful with their time. Oh, lordy.
If you guys can read it. So, survival supplies.
Okay, that's even more creepy. It's survival. It's like rations. They're like rations. That's almost creepier. That's almost creepier, because it's like they want it to last a long time. They bring it down there. But why would you need rations down there if there were not people down there? You know? That's creepy. That's really creepy. Because that's the same as all those other cans. The other ones are a little more worn down. They didn't have the text on them. But this one, I guess, because it's been sitting upright, it's not getting, like, the trickle down. And, where as worn down as those other cans seem to be. But that looks like the same as the can. 17-gallon full survival. Oh my god. And then it's the Civil Defense, Department of Defense, like it's a military grade food container in an abandoned subway station type thing, tunnel system underground. Why would we need that there? That's weird. That's pretty strange. Like you said, yeah, no, for sure, right? Oh my god. That's so creepy. This is creepy. Ally isn't here. This is a virtual sit-in for Ally. Like, as per her request. She asked everybody to do a virtual sit-in. I think that's pretty obvious. My god, people are so naive and gullible. Definitely somebody just finished their stream or something, because there's just, like, everybody coming in all at once here to try to distract from the main point. But anyway, so why do you guys think there would be military grade rations? Yeah, looks like pizza boxes, exactly, right? You guys know. You guys know. Somebody fed the gremlins. Yeah, they give them water. Oh, God.
So, survival supplies. Finished by Office of Civil Defense, Department of Defense.
I mean, maybe there was also like a nuclear shelter underneath there, but it's an abandoned subway system, tunnel system. And you know, he's just off to the side right now of like where the maintenance area or whatever would be. So I don't know, like maybe it's, yeah, I don't know, but why would it be attached to an old subway system, right? Like, it's just like, I don't know. It's a little bit iffy, you know?
17.5 gallons. Looks like all those barrels are just part of that. Alright, so it looks like this does keep going deeper.
But then why are they in the subway station tunnel? Right? Like, for sure, we know what they are and what they're for. But why are they here? And then with some of these things, some of these drawings and sayings on the walls that seem a little ominous, And you could hear people talking at one point that it is like, is that maintenance people? Is it the subway adjacent over on the other side? Ooh, I don't know. You ate 50-year-old candy that your dad brought home in cans like that? Yeah, so it's like it's meant to be stored down there and last for a really long time. That makes sense, but it's not like, do you understand what I'm saying, guys? You know what I'm saying. Like, they have it down there because it'll last down there a long time, and it's, you know, they're stocked up. So if they brought people down there that they were keeping down there, they would still be able to feed them down there. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of creepy. Yeah. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Exactly. Yeah, the old-fashioned way. Let's go.
Yeah. Wow. No way. There's another cart right there.
Yeah, and like that other cart that he earlier in the video, the little mine cart, it looked pretty brand new, and then everything around is like pretty decrepit. So it's like, obviously people are still using the area, and whether it's like for good, like they're supposed to be down there in their maintenance or their whatever, surveying the area, you know, or whatever, or they're using it for nefarious purposes, who actually knows? Like, that's up to you guys to decide what you want to think about it, you know, make of it what you will. But, you know, for people that don't even want to believe that these kinds of tunnels exist, well, here's one right here. Here's one right now. And then with the rations, like, it's obviously a old like a subway tunnel system. So why is there these old school rations down there? And how long have they been there for? Like, where do they come from? Why would you need food down there unless you were keeping people down there, you know? Creepy. Yeah, Department of Civil something, Department of Defense. Yeah, it's like military grade rations. And then it, like a ton of them, because it looked like that can that had the writing on it was the same as the cans that were stacked in the earlier tunnel, right? That's creepy. Creepy. Yeah, trail cams in the tunnels, that's not a bad idea. Like, because obviously there's power down there still for whatever reason when it's apparently abandoned, right?
Oh, I'm just going back to where I came from. Yeah, this just circles. Oh, yeah, and there's the barrels. Okay, so yeah, no, it wasn't like another side that you couldn't get through. Okay. But still, that's creepy, because then, like, yeah, that's all closed in, right? And then if they had them on the other side, and, like, what's the likelihood of people coming down that deep? And then you've got all these, whatever you call them, these ration cans, these old school ration, military ration cans. That's creepy. Oh, here we go. Bunch of messy people that don't have better things to do. Thank you for stopping by. Goodbye now. The focus is on the children and missing and exploited children. And the best we can do is start to raise awareness and do something about it instead of wasting time and harassing and bashing and being weirdos. This isn't as weird as I thought.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, man. Like, why else would they have rations down there? Even if it's not children, just like people, if they were keeping people down there, and like why else would you have rations? They're not down there to feed the rats, you know? Like, what do you got rations down there for that are the type of rations that would last for a very long time? So you got a full stock supply that it looks like they went through them pretty good. Like, they went through most of them because a lot of those empty cans were there, right? So
And here's one of the carts.
yeah, but it's not. It's okay, but sure, if it was a bunker, fine, but it's not. It's an old subway system. It doesn't seem like the right place for that to be, you know? and it's just right out there, right next to the tracks, right? So maybe, but I don't know. It just seems a little iffy to me, that's for sure.
I really want this.
Okay, so if that's where you want to focus, go do that. There's all kinds of... We could come at it from every single angle, and some people just don't know, so we can raise awareness. Other people want to go, you know, front line. Go for it. Do whatever you want. If that's what you think is the best way to do it, then go do that. Go interrogate Biden and Harris. Yeah, get right on that. Like, let's be realistic here, people. If we're going to actually make a difference, we have to think about how we can go about it realistically. Also. Because if it were that simple, it would already be done, right? Like, come on now. Let's use our critical thinking parts of our brains. Let's put the critical thinking caps on. We were all having such a nice chat. Then I guess, like, literally somebody's stream must have ended because we got, like, yeah, the bullshit coming in full force here. We're all having such a nice time over here.
Put a motor on it and stuff.
Yeah, yes, the fluoride stair. I know about it.
That'd be dope. Somebody left some pants or something.
That's not creepy at all. There's just a random pair of pants. That's cool. That's not creepy at all whatsoever. You know? Oh yeah, good, Callie. Yeah, like, you know, keep telling it to them until they get annoyed, so it's really, you know, burnt into their skull about it. The bad touch and the stranger danger. Like, I don't think there's enough discussions about stranger danger anymore, because you can literally order up a stranger on the internet, like, to your door with, like, you know, these different apps. So, for sure, even more so in this day and age, we've got to be, you know, teaching kids, like, what to be careful about and, you know, to be wary of strangers and not to be giving out, you know, certain information online and...
Grody.
Yes, and then their competition will be in, because how many kids went missing the last time? Like, kids could keep going missing the whole time, no matter what meat puppet is in power. Let's start figuring that out. That's why the power needs to be taken back by the people with this sort of thing. And we all need to start doing something, because obviously it doesn't matter what meat puppet is at the table. That's the problem. It's already been a problem the whole time.
Oh, that's gross. Is that a light bulb and some fast food? Okay. Well, now time to get my thumbnail and time to get out of here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's it, right? I guess it just depends on how much money you want to put into it. Like, and some people will renovate a tunnel system. Others are very primitive. Others are not well maintained. Others are, like, completely abandoned, but it doesn't mean that people aren't using them. Like, there's definitely all kinds of different layers to it, right? I'm ready to get out of here now. I'm like, book it. Like, let's just get the fuck out of here. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be running either, though, because if you trip and, like, got jucked by one of these old railway ties or some shit, it's like danger. Danger zone.
Bunch of racket going on up there. hell's going on up there? Oh no. Oh no, I can hear him from up there. Oh, there's a manhole up there. They're probably like, oh hell. They're probably like, the fuck? Why is there a flashlight coming up? This is how much I care about a thumbnail.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it even creepier. Like, it's like an abandoned system, an abandoned tunnel system, but there's still power down there, you know? And then there's, like, rations and stuff, so it's kind of like, ooh, it's all spooky.
All right, that'll do. We'll see how this turns out. Let's see. Right there does look pretty good. Right there. That's probably pretty good. Okay, I took some stills, so I think we definitely got the shot. But I'll just take some video as well, just in case.
Alright, well, that's pretty much the long and short of that. I'm wondering, I don't know what we want to do next here. I'm actually getting kind of tired. I've been, up since so early. It's been a pretty long week, and I want to do this again tomorrow, but I got some stuff I got to take care of in the AM, and, oh, eBay. Yeah, this is the oldest, North America's oldest subway tunnel. So here, I'll drop it again. I'll drop the link in the chat if you guys want to check out the full version on your own, or if you wanted to go back and screenshot some of the spooky stuff that kind of suggested that somebody was being kept down there. Or that there was something weird going on, you know. I can't really say. It's just speculation, right? I can't say for sure, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that New York thing. Oh, shit. I'll be honest. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's also that. Also, P.S. So, for anybody that doesn't believe that tunnels exist, but yeah, go over and drop a like on his video too, because he's doing some great work with his urban exploration stuff that he does, and he goes right down into it. He's like brave soul, man. Like I would not be able to, and by himself too. And then like in some of those areas where he's like, oh well, my flashlight's getting a little hot, I'm gonna have to tone it down a bit, and he's like turning it down to like dull light, and in the middle, like down deep in the middle of this thing. Oh, it's scary. That would be scary. But obviously these tunnels exist, and they exist everywhere. Like they're everywhere. That's cool. So yeah, Shelly's mom is old, and she's got a little bit of a scratchy voice and sounds like a boy. I don't know what you're trying to say. And it's so irrelevant. It's so fucking irrelevant. The amount of shit that people want to make a point of that is so irrelevant to the overall point. Like, this is why we can't get anywhere. This is why we can't get down to the point, because people just want to distract or argue or like, you know, talk about things that don't freaking matter at all. Oh. Like, I don't know if they're trying to say that like they're one way or the other. I know they're trying to bash Shelly or whatever, right? But like, oh, okay, you're so clever. Oh. But I think too, like, yeah, there is some people that get confused because there's a lot of other channels that are mirroring Allie's content and stuff, so they get confused. But it's probably just they're trying to bash Allie or Shelly. A lot of people have been doing the total smear campaign against that poor woman, because it couldn't be the mother's fault that Allie ran away long before she even met Shelly. It's definitely got to be Shelly's fault, because it's never the parent. Even if she was troubled and smoking weed and running away, oh no, that's definitely someone else's fault. It's not ever the parent. It's not something the parent did. It's not the parent abusing the kid. It's definitely the people that rescue them's fault, for sure. People are ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, so I think we'll leave it at that. That's a good long freaking stream. What is that? Oh yeah, like 5 hours, and it's getting pretty late. So I think we've done our duty here for this evening. Go to the link and find out for yourself. I don't know. It doesn't say. It's the oldest one, North America's oldest subway. So go check it out. Go find out for yourself. I don't know. It doesn't say. It's they don't. A lot of urban explorers aren't going to tell you where the locations are for a reason. So, yeah, anyways, everybody that joined in and was part of it in a positive way, and, you know, everybody sharing information and learning things and spreading the awareness and doing the right thing here and keeping the focus on the children. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, no, for sure, Angel Wings. They're just trying to cause bullshit. They're just either trying to bash Shelly or whoever, or they're just trying to distract and cause arguments because they're dumb. Or whatever, they got nothing better. I mean, once again, if only all these people that got nothing better going on except to try to bash or harass or, you know, slang some bullshit, if they all put that effort into something that helps the missing and exploited children, I mean, you know, imagine a world where people give a shit about the children instead of drama and stupid stuff. But for sure, thank you again, Angel Wings, for helping moderate tonight, and everybody else that's helping keep the chat peaceful and moderated and all those good things. And everybody focused on the right things. Appreciate every one of you guys, especially you guys that have stuck it out yesterday and today. You're all awesome. You know, you're helping make the difference. You're helping spread the word. I think a lot of people did learn some things tonight too, as well as yesterday. You know, we're all learning some things here and there as you go. You know, the deeper you go down the rabbit hole, there's always something new to learn. So once again, I appreciate you guys, all of yous. We'll catch you sometime tomorrow. But we're doing this all the time. You know, like all my videos, everything I do has always had something to do with kids. It's always leading back to the kids, exploited kids, lost kids, you know, dark Hollywood I do. It's, people used to give me flack for, oh, why, I thought this was about Drew Barrymore. Why are you talking about this kid that died or that person that OD'd or, you know, all this stuff. Like, because the whole overall point is talking about the exploitation, you know, and all the things going on there. So, yeah, you know, I'll try to get on and do another stream tomorrow, but either way, like, whatever I'm working on has always had to do with the same thing. It's always bringing attention and focus back to something to do with the, you know, child harm or the loss of lives of children, or, you know, it's all the same. It all circles back to the same thing. So, yeah, so just keep your eyes wide open, guys. Stay wise. Don't listen to these crazy drama people. I think you guys already know. You guys are smart. We've had a really good chat. You guys are a good bunch. But the information's out there. If you guys still have any other questions, or there's anything you're still not sure about, or you want, you know, you were wondering about, like, just start searching. You know, go down the rabbit hole on your own. You got the most information ever. This generation, we have it. We're the age of information. We have the most access to it. But then it seems like people are so much more blind, and they just don't want to see stuff. You know. But if we all are searching for the truth and talking about it and thinking about it and doing something about it, you know. We're going to be doing some alright things here. We'll be getting somewhere. Last year was the year of the Great Awakening, and this year is going to be the Great Progress. Ooh, 11/11 on 1/11. Ooh, everybody make a wish. It's January 1st, the 11th day on the 11/11 hour. That's like big news. There you go. Everybody make a wish before we go. You don't have to say it out loud. You don't have to type it, but everybody make a wish. That's a good, perfect time to end it off on. It's good luck or something, I think. Maybe. I didn't even realize we were that close. Right on. Okay, I hope everybody made a wish, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their evening. Have a safe and happy end to your weekend if we don't catch you tomorrow. And then, yeah, make sure to like, share, subscribe, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Is a whiz of a whiz, if ever